fried from everything tonight. I screen recorded 99% of it because I just kept having to walk away. I figured that I'll lay and listen to it, and at least I can turn it off and go back and listen. And I don't know. Does anyone have any opinions? Oh boy. Welcome in, everyone. I don't know what's up with D here. I mean, she hasn't said anything in the last 4 lives that she's held. I mean, she has not said a word. I don't understand why she's even live if she's not going to say a freaking thing. I don't know. Has anyone heard or if she ever got a call back from the doctor that she does have an infection, or does she not have an infection? I mean, has anyone heard anything come out of her mouth? Because I haven't heard anything since that morning live. So that's why I was wondering. Has anyone heard if she does have an infection, or she is just totally ignoring it? And I don't even know, pay attention. I mean, her chat is even, like, confused. Yeah, see, they're even confused about the live. Why is she live? Is she sleeping? Behavior of someone that is fine. This is not behavior. I mean, this is not normal. Is she baiting us just to be here? What the fuck? Hey, Jeep Mom. Have you heard anything, Jeep Mom? Does Danny have an infection? Because I know she messaged her doctor the other day. Did she ever come back live and say, the doctor says, yeah, you got infection started? Because every live I've seen, she's not said anything since that morning. Have you heard anything? Oh, and then now she ended it because everyone was calling her out. I mean,
everyone is frying corn after seeing this.
I mean, okay. I thought since that live that morning, every time she's gone, I've seen her live, she's not said anything, which is really weird. Why would you even go live and not say boo or hello or welcome in or fucking something? I mean, you're just sitting there like a lump on a log saying absolutely freaking nada. I don't know. I mean, my brain is, I don't know. I don't know if she's still, Pink is still live over there or not, or if anyone had any discussion about what went on tonight. like, if they had any questions, I mean, something. So it was, when there's that many people, I cannot watch the chat. That just, gives me a headache. It makes, I don't know. Yeah, right? I don't know. I just hope Mel, for her own peace of mind, that she takes the advice that I gave her and what Feisty gave her, at least put something out, back up a little bit of something, to ward off some of this, and I hope she knows there's nothing she needs to fear of G, because G don't have a goddamn thing with anyone. She can't prove anything. I mean, literally, there is not one person she can prove anything regarding. So, I think if Mel puts some stuff out, makes some videos that, if G gets a wild hair up her ass, like G always does, and tries to dox or tries to do something, that Mel will have more people protecting her than those two miserable, lonely people over there, G and A. I mean, that's it, I mean, I don't know. I'm glad that other lady came back, at least started showing something. I thought she was going to ghost us and never see a goddamn thing from her. I was a little shocked that she came back. I mean, I think she's showed more than anyone have, there's plenty of ex-mods that we're all friends with now that we've come to find out is amazing people, hopefully, if some of these mods that seen what Mel and Greyhawk, or whatever the fuck you want to call her, did, get the courage to leave or something, and know that there is a lot of us truly genuine good people out there. So, I mean, I think that's the only way that's gonna stop G, is if everyone fucking walks completely away. Hey, I had to leave. My head was like spinning just so much from over there. How's your vacay going? Well, I recorded it because I knew I wouldn't be able to sit and listen to it all. So, has anyone else tried screen recording on favorited, and no matter what setting you put your, hey Mel, your screen record on for over there, I never have sound. I never have sound. I don't care what the fuck I do. It always cuts the sound off. I wonder if that is a thing that favorited does over there. I mean, I've never had an issue screen recording anything on TikTok, but every time I try to screen record something on favorited, it always cuts the sound. It's always mute. There's never sound. It's just the weirdest. And I know there's a lot of apps out there that will not allow, the screen recording or screenshots and different things. So I'm wondering. Thank you, everyone, for girl, Mel. If you're still in here, I mean, I'm serious. You don't have anything to worry regarding G. I'm not just. I mean, I'm serious. You don't have anything to worry regarding G. I'm not just saying that. It's a lot easier for people to say, "Oh, don't worry about her," when it's not them. But if you look back at her evidence and listening to that court hearing, there really is nothing. She has nothing, literally nothing to prove on anyone. I mean, I think really you're going to have more support and people surrounding you to help protect you, like we said, hey, Melissa, then G will even have an idea. I truly do believe that you're going to have a lot more
Okay.
support, really.
Alright. I'm watching people catch crabs on the beach. I'm sitting in the balcony.
Oh, you're watching people crab? Oh, that's so cool. My grandfather used to go to Maine every summer and go mussel and clam digging, I guess, in the Maine shores. And he did that up until the last year. He passed away at 89. And he did that until he was 88 years old. Every year he'd go up there and do that and have fun. And then they would have a big old feast.
Out there still.
My grandfather used to do that in Newfoundland.
Oh, really? That was... My dad was born in Maine, but even though we lived in Michigan, because I'm a Michigander, I was born in...
People last night, I mean, everybody, like half the whole damn hotel was out there crabbing.
Yeah. They only get a certain window though, and then they shut it down. So they have to get out there when it's allowed. You know what I'm saying?
They don't shut anybody out until almost 11. But yeah, yesterday, like, as soon as it got dark, everybody was out there. I mean, like, half the whole damn hotel was out there.
Man, I'd be out there with my bucket too, man. I love fucking crab, man. I can fucking eat crab. I love fucking crab.
There was a ton of jellyfish today. Like, little kids were trying to go out there, and the guy caught one of the jellies in one of the nets to save the little kids from it.
Did you have to pee on your leg?
I didn't get no jellyfish sting on my leg, ma'am.
Oh, Mom, you're in New Jersey. Oh, yeah, my other half's family's in New Jersey. They're in...
I'll be right back, ladies.
Oh, I can't even remember the area.
I'll be right back, ladies.
But... No, I just had to come live. My head was spinning with everything over there. So I didn't know if people... Oh, sorry, Mel. If anyone had any questions, or opinions, or just anything they want to talk about, I mean,
these damn things were everywhere.
I got today, I seen them on the TikTok shop and I was going to order one, but then I seen one at Walmart. Those those bug suckers, where you suck out the mosquito bite. It's supposed to help the itching, because I get that. Oh, I forget what they call it, where you sort of allergic to the mosquito bites.
That fluid that they get in you, they partially work.
Right. So I just was curious. I I mean, I figured it was only a few bucks. I mean, they're only like $5-6 on the TikTok shop, so I figured the $3 that I spent on it at the store is not that far off, you know.
I
So
have one of them barely. I don't like it.
I just figured, you know, like on most of them I can handle, but like if I get them on certain parts of my legs, I just tend to itch the freaking hell out of them, and I don't intend to, but that's part of my my anxiety at night, you know. So I thought, oh, I'll buy one and try it. I was just curious if anyone's tried them. I mean, everyone I've seen that's tried them has liked them, so I was just curious.
To me, it's kind of cheap. It works, but not really because you still itch eventually. But it's
Yeah,
whatever.
but if you can get rid of it where it's not as intense, you know, then I think, you know, that would be good. You know what I mean? To where you
Really
can put some Benadryl cream on it and then it actually helps instead of, you know, it being so bad. You know, you can't even put Benadryl cream on it because it don't make a fucking difference.
We leave the beach tomorrow. I don't want to go.
Oh, I bet.
The
But, you
drag.
know, with my pond out back, I have mosquitoes all year round, you know, because I got standing water because of the pond. So I'm like, I have to figure something out because this mosquito shit is for the birds.
Yeah.
Hi, Sally.
So, how you doing, Mr. Michael?
I'm hanging in there.
Yeah.
That's about it. It's been a long day.
Who the hell is this?
Who what?
Who?
Who is on this screen right now?
Oh, it was just a video because Danny just got off.
Can you play the one I just made?
You almost look like Beth though.
You just posted something on the Lost My Socks?
Did it
Yeah.
finally go through
Okay.
socks? Oh my god.
Yeah, I was gonna say something real quick.
No, you can. That's why I sort of came live because I was like, people have to have questions.
I think Mel is still her mod. I think she's playing it.
Well, Mel's in here somewhere.
You think so?
I think so. I think she still is.
I don't
I
know.
was I was in there listening. I mean, she had the right to walk away from G. I'm glad she did because that girl, this is not right in the head.
I am not her mod. I don't think she is
I will
either.
come on here and defend myself until the day I die. I'm not her mod.
Yeah, I mean, like I said when I was in the box, sweetheart, you know, anybody that has compassion or empathy or, you know, any of that kind of feelings, you know, which I have a good bunch in here. I mean, a bunch of good-hearted ladies in here, and I'm not just bragging, but I'm really bragging about, and men,
What
you know,
cold-hearted
with like
it
Mr. Tina
can be.
in here that, you know, we want to believe, you know, because it sounds genuine and everything. But like I said, you know, a lot of us are the cold hard facts with our eyeballs, you know.
Amen.
I trust my gut. My gut's never wrong. I don't think she is.
Yeah.
That was a
Well,
fun
I'm
one.
coming on here to tell you
Is
I
it the
am
clown
not.
video, Socks?
Yes.
Oh my god. Friggin' Socks, what
Oh.
the hell?
Focus,
How do
woman.
you guys do all these videos? Like, I want to know.
CapCut.
Like,
Yeah, they
you guys
do.
have their background perfect and everything.
I'm not a video maker. You know, the videos I do have on my page are like videos I take with my camera because I'm like videoing my pond or something like that. But the couple that I do have on my page, you know, I've taken from a couple funnies from other pages. But yeah, I'm not. Which yeah, here CapCut. You know,
Push
that's what
play.
I see a lot of people use is the CapCut. You know.
But
Oh, excuse me.
It's hilarious, some of these pictures. The ones that they did of me and my fiance and like squeezing them and stuff like that, that kind of hurt me. But yeah, some of those kind of upsetted me.
Yeah. I get it. You're because I could hear the nervousness in your voice at the end. You know, when that one lady was, I don't remember the name. I'm sorry. Was speaking to you, and you were like, you are worried about G, and she kept trying to tell you that don't be. I get it. That is a natural reaction. I think coming out of your situation,
Don't say stunning
but
Karen is
at
a
the
clown.
same time, there that's probably part of it. That's why that's holding you back on showing certain things. You know what mean? But I think I think in the long run, Mel, for your own mental, physical, and everything all the way around in your life, that's going to improve everything in your life. Is just rip the bandage off and just show whatever you can get to show. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it. I
Yeah,
know it's
well,
easier said than done, but I think just rip the bandage off and just show whatever you got. What really can she do to you? Seriously. One, you're not here in the USA,
yeah.
and she's not that bright to figure out the court system that's in a different country.
Well, they don't have my new address, so dox me all you want. There, Aaron. Yeah.
Yeah, and like
And
Marianne said right there, real quick, don't ever be ashamed or embarrassed.
I'm not embarrassed. I'm just don't want her to leak what happened to me when I was younger because, like
Uh,
I said, it's pretty
okay, so
bad.
you got trauma. So okay, so
Yes, I
I
have
get
very
it
bad,
now.
very, 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 very bad trauma.
Okay.
And
Well,
then he already told you about my issue with my fiance. Whoop de do. We all have issues.
and no
Um,
one has a perfect relationship, or we've all had one. So
we're all good. Me and my fiance are all good now. Um, so like whatever. And who doesn't smoke God's lettuce? Oh my God.
What's wrong with smoking
Big
weed?
whoop de do. So I don't know what more she wants.
right, and Aaron was blowing a lot of hot air about if she opens her mouth, I'm gonna show her fucking address, and Gabby shut it down real quick, regarding that. But even if it does, come on, what at this point, what are you gonna have more behind you, backing you up, if you start showing certain, of
What's
what you
legal?
have, and then
What's legal
those
in
two
Canada?
Dumases over there, what are they gonna do to you? I mean, come
What's
on,
legal in Canada?
you
Because
know.
weed is legal in Canada. That's why everybody
I
goes
mean,
to
all they
Canada.
want to do is just see proof. That's all we're wanting, see proof.
Yeah, don't
Yeah,
let
I know. I'm have someone helping me with it. I hear enough about we need receipts. I'm working on it.
Okay, we do. That's
yeah.
all we
I
want.
Yeah,
Is
just
I
want you to
know.
play the video.
Yeah, and if you need help with certain things, reach out. I'm
I
pretty
have a
tech
lot of
savvy.
inboxes that people are sending me. I understand. I hear you on that you guys want receipts.
I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that would help you out. And if you don't want to post certain things
Darlene,
on
I
your
think
page,
Darlene had a question, guys.
you know, um, you could always ask somebody to post it
just
too.
don't be scared of G, cause hell, she ain't gonna do nothing. She's too crazy in the brain.
Okay, enough of
Pardon?
talk. Play the video, Sassy.
Okay, all right, all right. This is a video that Socks did, I guess, regarding G. Nah, I haven't seen it, and
Weird.
oh my God, G, Socks. it to you.
Girl, you had to take that picture and go the extra mile that I gave you, didn't you? Holy shit.
Leave it to you, Socks. Leave it to you.
I was just playing around.
Oh my god. She's been unattended all day today. So this is what happens. She goes rogue on us. Taco is on her vacay. I've been sick, so the two of us usually reel her back in. You know, usually we get these videos in our private chats, you know, because we're reeling her in a little bit, but she went rogue today.
Oh, I got a little bit sunburned today.
I cannot take credit for that picture. It wasn't me.
It was me.
I mean, but if you just didn't know who it was, it looks like a clown and a monkey and whoever that girl's supposed to be. I mean, you know, it's really not exposed. I mean, unless you know who it is. So there's that.
Karen was sitting on the couch raising up her shirt to show her fat belly. That's where the clown picture comes from.
Yeah, Mel, you know Eric can get in trouble for threatening to dox you and have video proof. Yeah, you know, I don't want to scare anyone, but really, it's not illegal to say somebody's name and certain things on the internet. Unfortunately, unless it is used, and Aaron did use it for not proper, or you know, say it that he was going to do it for not, you know, proper
Malicious
use.
intent.
Yeah, malicious intent. You know, so there's that, and we do all have screen recordings. Of course, it's all over freaking YouTube, so there's that good positive thing for, you know, Mel to have that. So you might want to go in and try to record that part, you know, just so that you have that and don't have to search for it later, just to have it in your arsenal, you know, your little thing. But he's so full of fucking hot air, and so is she. Come on.
Well, the way that she was like all upset and freaking out, I don't know.
I know. But, you know, like I said, I didn't know you had past trauma regarding something similar. I'm so sorry that you have to go through this, because that's not right for anybody to do that to somebody that has true trauma, not like G's fake trauma. But at the same time, I know. Okay, I don't know. You probably don't know this, Mel, but I lost my oldest son. It's 5.5 years ago, and he was in the hospital fighting for his life for 11 months. Okay, so I also have a very serious illness, and I've been in and out of hospitals all my life. Okay, never had an issue with hospitals ever until after he passed, and I had to go to the hospital the first time, and I was admitted. And you want to talk about the fight or flight freaking mode? I mean, it was bad, and I was like, what the fuck is this? Why am I acting like this? You know, this ain't me, you know, until I had somebody talk to me and tell me why I was doing this, you know, just ripping the bandage off. And I did end up leaving the hospital the next day. But a few times after that, I kept saying in my head, and I don't know if this would help you, it helped me, but you know, everyone's heard mind over matter, right? Kept saying, I know I have to do this, you know, even though my body is saying no, you know, to freaking get up and run and not do this, you know, but kept saying in my head. And once you keep saying that enough times when you're feeling like that, well, at least it did me. It's helped a lot. And plus having people that support you. I'm telling you, Socks and Taco has been amazing friends to me over the last 3 years, and has kept my feet grounded, or kept me in the hospital, or kept, or made me make an appointment to go to the doctors or go to the ER or whatever the situation was. And you'll find your people. I don't know, if you have some in your real life where you live, lean on them a little bit more, but definitely get something in your head when you're starting to feel like that. Whatever it is, as silly as you think it is, keep repeating to yourself that, because I'm telling you, it's helped me out of so many situations, and actually saved my life in a lot of ways. And I know my situation's different than yours, but PTS and anxiety and that whole thing is pretty much all the same freaking thing, really. You know.
Well, yeah, I understand. I I I talk to somebody every Wednesday for my anxiety and PTSD and
Okay.
depression. So,
Okay. Well,
and
that's
I
good.
also have this little booger. This is my service dog.
Oh, well, that's good.
So she's with me all the time. She never leaves me.
And I know animals help. I have my little black girl, my little Pomeranian Chihuahua.
Oh, so you have a Palm too. This is my
Yep.
Palm. This is Coco.
Yeah. So I do have a dog that does the same thing. So I get it. I get it. Um,
What do
just
you mean,
don't
Hannah?
just don't let them scare you into doing what's right for your own gut. That's all I can say. You got to take the horse by the reins and stand up for yourself. Whatever it looks like, that do it. Don't let them hold you back, because that's what she's relying on, Mel. She
Yeah.
thinks with her running her mouth tonight, saying the stuff she's saying tonight, that that she's hoping that you are going to back down, because she knows how kind of a person you are, and sensitive you are. She knows that. She knows the right buttons that she is going to try to push to get you to back off. But if you push past that, she's lost her power.
No, I'm not backing down. I have someone helping me to get these receipts. So
Good. Yeah, don't let G silence you, no matter whatever it is. Even if you show messages or videos or whatever it is you end up doing, just do not let her silence you. Let you enjoy your life and do what the fuck you want, however the fuck you want. If she don't like it, too bad.
Yeah,
well,
you
that's
just do
why.
you. Don't let her get to you.
I
No,
mean,
I'm not.
I don't know if you know that Tina here, well, this is Michael talking, which is Tina's husband. Tina used to go hard for Gabby and Danny for a long ass time. And then when Tina got sick, and we thought she was at the end, they really did not give a rat's ass. And unfortunately, it woke Tina up, and they've come over here. And at first we were all a little skeptical about letting them in our, you know, group and chats and everything else, but we seen all the rotten things that they've done to these two, and we become to know them, and they're amazing people, and they don't deserve anything that G or D is done to them, and you don't deserve it either. I don't care, even if you are the bad apple in the bag, you still do not deserve to be treated the way they're treating you, period.
Well, I feel like a fool because I literally allowed her to drill things in my head.
Yeah, but that was
And,
your kind heart.
but
We've
I've
all done
made myself look
things
like
to
an
somebody.
idiot because I believed and I allowed myself to message people and say horrible things to those people. Like I said to Moses too, that she should be taking care of her daughter. That I believe I said I hope her daughter gets bullied, and I should have not have said that. And I also said that I hope all your guys' kids get bullied, and I wish I never said that
Yeah, but
because
we all say dumb shit, right? You know, things that we should probably have never said. You know, I mean, you can make your apology and, you know, and hope that the people that it mainly goes towards accept your apology, you know, and just you're just going to have to heal yourself and go from there, and you should not feel like a fool. That shows that you have compassion and empathy in your body, where G lacks zero. I mean, we talk about that in here tons of times, how G has no feelings for anybody but herself. I mean, nothing. Even if her son, I mean, what was it today? I didn't see it yet, but I heard that people, when he was crying earlier today and kept about whatever happened to him, she was basically laughing at him. How can you laugh at your child when he's crying hysterically that you can tell it's a hurt cry?
Because she probably does it too, but she's laughing about it.
Yeah.
And that ain't the first time she's done that.
Nope.
Well, didn't she? She was sitting at the table and she was doing something with him, and he fell, and she's like, "Oh, my fingernail hit you," and she was laughing at him.
That
You know,
boy
I mean,
on that table if she made it to seem like her fingernail scratched his ear. But you didn't do that. You let him hit his head on that table and you fucking laughed about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Allie went through the same thing. You know, Allie felt like a fool. She has said it many times that, you know, she can't believe she fell for the bullshit that Gabby dished to her.
But she never did anything like threatening me. She never leaked anything. She never blabbed anything about her.
Well, yeah, but still feeling like that, supporting somebody like that is still to one person to another the same, you know? And, you know, you just got to hold strong like she held strong, and several other moderators have held strong, and just don't let her know that it bothers you. Don't say it anymore on lives or in videos, because you do not want to give her ammunition that she knows if she says or does certain things that it's going to affect you. You've got to stand strong and say, you know what, bitch, none of this is going to bother me anymore.
Yeah.
And when it does bother you, you know, mute or get off and take care of your emotions and get yourself collected and continue on. But do not, please, just do not let her, you know, know if anything bothers you, because there's plenty on here that I've had to walk away because it's gotten me so upset that I had to separate myself for a few minutes.
But Mel, when Danny was living down back in when she used to live back in the town where she used to live, me and my wife, she was one of her top supporters, and not less than I say about a week or 2 weeks after that, then they had blocked us, took our money, and we never received our money back off of her supporter thing. And then she went and fat shamed my wife on live. And I mean, both twins has not changed. I'm gonna tell you that much. I could tell from when they was in Illinois till now, they have not changed one bit. But I'm glad you stepped away from her, though.
Oh
And
my.
also, tell yourself that at least I was only there for, I don't know how long you were a mod or whatever. Say, at least I was smart enough to only be there for that 2 months and not a year or two. Look how many couple of people that go in her lives. I think there's only maybe 2 or 3 that go in her lives that have been following her and believing her bullshit for years. At least tell yourself, at least I was smarter than to believe that crap for that long.
Yeah.
Give yourself credit.
Yeah.
You know, give yourself validation of feeling the way you feel too. I mean, that just makes us human.
Like
And
it's
getting
just
up here like this and talking about it a little bit too is, I've learned, coming on here and talking about my son, or little things here and there. And I've kept my son quiet, for the longest time, because I was like, oh God, I don't want people to know about that, because I don't want anybody to, to make videos about, or my haters out there, because I got some haters out there because I'm friends with Socks. Only because I'm friends with Socks. Whew, I've been all over Reddit and everything else because of that. And I was like, I can't give them that ammo. And then I started going, that's bullshit. Who cares if they're going to talk about it? Just makes them look like an idiot talking about somebody's unalived child. That's going to make them look more dumb, and then me being hurt by it. And yeah, because Socks is famous. Yeah.
And also because you have skinny arms. Because you knew
Yeah, and my tiny little wrist and my skinny little wrist and my hands. It's like, is that all you can come up with?
we love your noodle arms.
You just gotta. I know it's so. I keep sounding like a broken record to you, sweetheart, but you got to give yourself credit. I'm serious. Just give yourself permission to feel the way you are, and credit.
But this is my real family right here. I mean, we got a good community, and I love each and every one that's in this community. And we are against G, and will always be against G. But we have a good family and a good community here. And I do. I mean, I do love Sally and all these new friends that we have got, and I'm going to stick with them. I'll never step away from them.
I mean, look at, there's quite a few people in the chat saying that you did good, Mal.
Sorry. What did you say, Sassy?
That a lot of people in here, I've seen a few different people saying, you did good, Mal, hang in there, Mal. So you do got support. And it's hard when you're in a live like that and you got 1,000 freaking people and that chat is fucking flying. Our eyes do tend to go more to the negative shit than seeing the positive stuff.
And we've seen some negative shit, been in some negative shit, taken up for somebody that's a piece of shit.
Yeah. And
we've been there.
Yeah. Just hang in there. Just, and do what you can. And just, you don't have to get it all out at once, or, right this freaking minute, but, just heal yourself as you're doing it. Give yourself permission and being okay with everything. And I'm telling you, at the end of the day, it does make a difference. I mean, I felt so much guilt with my son and things, and I had to forgive myself and give myself permission that it's all right to go to the hospital and take care of my health now. It's okay to do this now. It's not making me selfish. It's okay to do certain things. And I'm telling you, it's very healing. And that's
also that Tina girl that was also a mod. She was supposed to step up too. and then she just disappeared. And I was talking to her, and I even like voice called her on Snapchat, and she talked to me. She's like, "Yeah, I'll get in a box," and then she just chickened out and then disappeared. Like she
Right.
messaged me and said that she was getting messages and stuff like that, and then she just stopped. Like she just stopped talking in the chat. So I feel like that was a setup.
Right. Jess, I have no idea. That's part of the reason why I went live, because I don't know why Dee keeps getting on live since what I don't even know remember what day it was that she called her doctors about a possible infection. And ever since that morning live, every time she's gone live, she's not said one freaking word. And it's just weird.
All right,
And she
ladies, I'm
keeps,
gonna go to bed because we gotta drive
all
tomorrow.
right,
I'll be
night.
home Friday.
Enjoy your little time you got left, though.
Yeah, we leave in the morning, and then we're
All
headed
right.
to Bucky's. I'm gonna do some damn description in Bucky's.
Now, enjoy what you got, baby.
All right, I'll see you guys Friday. Love your faces.
Love you,
We love
Taco.
y'all.
Bye.
Bye.
But, yeah, I don't know, Jess. It was weird. That's part of the reason why I came on too, to see if anyone's heard anything, because I haven't heard her say one freaking word.
Hey, Mel, just do me one favor, Mel. Just stand your ground. Don't let her get to you. Don't let her get in your head. Just, just, just keep her out of your mind. Just don't even text her or talk to her.
No, I don't plan on talking to her.
Okay, I mean, I'm just saying, just stand your ground. You're that person. Just stand your ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to talk to her. I have nothing to say to her.
And sort of make yourself feel blessed that she didn't tell you certain things like she did that, that Greyhawk girl. It seems like she told her a little bit more, or trusted her in a different area than she talked to you. And just feel blessed that she didn't drag you into some of that BS. You know what I mean?
You even asked me for that much money.
I mean, you gotta look, I guess, at the good parts of it and don't dwell on the negative. And like I said, I know it's easier than said and done, but I've been through this bullshit with Socks and Feisty regarding another creator on here, and we have learned a lot. We're in your shoes, Mel, with another creator, and we did a lot of dumb shit with this other creator. But after going through that, now watching G, we're a lot smarter and wiser, because this creator was also in Florida. So we know how the Florida court systems fucking work, what the do's and the don'ts, and, the whole 9 yards. But, so I get it. We've been there. I mean, Socks and Feisty and a whole bunch of us. And look, at the end of the day, it's been almost 3 years, and we're still all great friends, and we've made amazing real friendships from it. So
And the
amazing
voicemail is
things
still
come
fake.
out of it for you, right? And the voicemail, anybody in here, voicemail is fake. But I mean, you might make a genuine great friendship that's going to be a friendship for the rest of your life, and just look towards the good stuff, and leave her
Also,
negative Nancy, bored, lonely fifth grade mentile behind.
I see you have 140 viewers in here. I saw somebody say something on Reddit about me blocking that Maddie girl. I didn't block that Maddie girl.
And
There was
how
that.
did she, if no one told her, like, oh, you're being streamed, But she knew she was being streamed because she follows me on my main. Well, a couple accounts did. I mean, we're actually friends, and so she would have to know when I'm live, But how would she communicate with some of those mods to tell them, like, or were you guys like say she had 5 mods? I'm just pulling a number here. It was one certain mod had to go and do the reporting, or is one mod designated towards, finding the lives that are, streaming her and take screenshots and report back? I mean,
I just went on my own and did it.
oh, okay.
Or sometimes she would message me and say, "This person's live. Can you go report?"
Okay. And would she do that through a text message with you guys, or a message on here? I mean, how did that work with her?
It was like Snap. Like she would personally message me. There was no group.
Okay.
There was like no group chat.
Oh, okay.
If
I was just
there
curious.
not included in it. I wasn't privileged. There was.
Okay. Because we've had other creators say that each person was sort of assigned to like a different role, that would benefit her life, which now sort of makes sense. Like, you didn't know certain things, but that girl that got in the box tonight knew other things that you didn't know about, so it makes a lot of sense that she figured out your personality and whom you are, and made that how do I even say how do you even say it, work for her, or that, to help her. You know what I'm saying? You were the compassion. You sound more like the compassion one, the one that will be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm here for you." You had that sympathy, the empathy card, the whole 9 yards. So she played that hard off of you.
I honestly
Versus the other mods, she didn't do that.
I think someone's echoing.
I don't know who's echoing. I turned my Bluetooth and all that off just so that there wouldn't be an issue. I don't know.
I think it's Michael.
Sometimes it's TikTok. It's been, I bet you they're getting ready for another update, because I noticed the different glitching.
Chris, are you talking about Allie, like Cindy Lou?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Michael.
Am I
Yes,
echoing?
Michael. No, I don't hear it.
Okay. Hey, Sally, I ran across a live the other day, and the woman's name is Children's Doctor, and she sits in front of the camera with her shirt open, and you could see her,
Oh my God.
hanging out, and I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
So I was just gonna run that by you.
And two, say your truth. Don't let anybody steer you off of your truth,
Yeah.
But you got to be proud of yourself, though. You stuck it out tonight.
I'm there to tell the truth and what I know.
That has to be nerve-wracking to get up in front of all those freaking people. You got to be proud of yourself for that. Give yourself credit. You stuck it out.
Yeah. What is wrong? What is wrong with me?
I don't know. This is what I'm talking about. Even with her, like, the most loyal followers, she's not responding to any of them. I mean, she's not even having eye contact with her chat. Earlier she was sitting at the kitchen table doing diamond art, and she didn't look at the freaking camera in 45 minutes one time. It
Maybe
is
she
a
was
pity party.
maybe she was
But you
upset.
don't know what pity party it is, you know.
Maybe she was upset because Gabby went to Mimi's house and she wasn't invited.
Well, she hasn't had any contact with Mimi since, what was it, 2 days before her surgery. Mimi cut her completely off. Told her she's done with her. She is out
So
because
maybe,
Danny sent Mimi some pretty damning videos, and Mimi did not like that. Really, Chris? Who's that? And two, you at least smart enough not to run to Danny like some of the other ones have. When they left G, they ran to Danny.
so
It's like,
Danny's mom or Gabby's mod?
oh my God, with Swifty? Fuck. I'm sorry. I cannot stand fucking Swifty.
I think
Ah.
Fluffy's mama.
Oh, okay.
Well, can you look them up?
What's Beck's name? Who's the host, sweetheart?
Wow, everybody's just posting everything.
Okay, thanks. I'm bad about watching the chat, you guys, and in remembering names on with G and also D, because they're when the chat goes so fast like that, it gets, I don't know why it bothers my anxiety. It gets me going, and then I don't focus on whatever we're dealing with in here. And even though we're streaming one or the other, we usually have okay, um, some other stuff going on in the chat, and I rather focus on you guys and making sure you guys are okay versus freaking names. Oh, Thunk is in there now.
Thank you for coming up.
Oh, Fluffy Mama left? When did Fluffy Mama
They
leave?
keep saying they want the rest of the story.
She was diehard
I don't know
with
the rest of the surgery
D.
story.
Maybe that's why Danny's pouting.
I think they are meaning the rest of the surgery story.
Yeah, somebody said what happened when you dropped her off after surgery.
So first we went to the pharmacy before we
And
went to
also,
her
Mel,
house.
just to let you
I
know,
was sent in to get
anytime
her
you just want to
medication.
come up and sit in the box just to sit, you're more than welcome.
They did not have
Thank
everything
you.
ready
I
at
think
that
so.
time, so I took her home. I got her settled. I went back for the rest of them. I also got her food while I was out. And I got ice for her ice pack.
I don't know
I
why
went
my
back. I made sure that she was given everything that she was sent home with. I made sure she had everything she needed within arm's reach, pretty much.
oh really?
I told her before I leave.
I don't know why my camera won't keep
going
its
to the
focus.
bathroom?
It's weird.
Because I was
See,
helping
it
her
has to
try
be
to get,
TikTok.
I was helping her in and out of bed. I do want to say again, when we made the agreement, I was supposed to stay on her futon or her couch, whatever she wants to call it. So that I was there because I was told by Angela and Brownie that she was not supposed to stay alone for the first 24 hours. I don't know if that's actually true or not, because when we left the surgery center, they did not say that she couldn't be alone or that she was able to be alone. They didn't specify any of that. So I went by what I was told by Angela and Brownie, and I was agreed to stay on the futon. And the day of surgery, Danny said, "This is what's going to happen tonight. When you're here, you're going to stay in my bed with me."
No.
And that kind of freaked me out because I only saw her in person one other time. And
yeah, that would be a little
even my
weird.
best friend of like 20 years, I still wouldn't even ask that.
That's right, guys.
It's just not. That's not something I would do.
I said the same thing.
Bekks knows it all. I've told her.
I've already known. I've known this
Hey.
for a while, and I'm like, whoa.
That would be weird.
Yep.
So,
especially when you don't know somebody
yeah, she wanted me to stay in her
in
bed
person and to sleep
so
in the
that I
same
could
bed.
be there for whatever she needed. And yes, it was very awkward on the way to the hospital, or surgery center, I'm sorry, because, again, she was on the phone the entire time, and because of what
Good
she was
point,
pretty much
Ordinary.
demanding me be in her bed. And she knows I'm married, for one, and for two, I wasn't close with her like that. I just wasn't. So anyways, I had got her home,
You
and
know,
after I came back
no
the
drama.
second
No,
time
not
to her house with glasses and
not
stuff
really.
that she needed, I made sure she had everything. I was helping her in bed when we got there. I said I had to leave because of a family emergency, and my family comes first. I made sure she had everything. I told her I said I'll try and get up to go to the
Thank
bathroom
you.
before I leave, and she did. But in the process of that, I'm not sure if she's told people online, but she was on her period during her surgery, which is TMI. I'm sorry.
Guys,
She
please
was.
keep tapping for this. Please tap, because this is getting a little nasty, so please tap.
Thank
Very
you,
nasty.
you
So if you have a
guys.
weak stomach, please don't listen.
Trigger warning. Trigger warning.
I agree, Randall.
She went to use the bathroom. For whatever reason, she left the door open. I looked away. I was staring at a closed window. I wanted nothing to do with that.
That's weird.
And then she's like, "Here, can you throw this away?" And she tried to give me her
Oh,
dirty
God.
used Kotex
Oh, my goodness.
from her cycle.
Oh, my goodness.
And she just took off. No wrapping
Yeah, she
up,
just
no
took
toilet
it off
paper,
and
slapped it off and gave it to her. That's how
Oh,
nasty.
my God.
like, I don't even know why nobody has a trash can in their bathroom, because to me that's like a common sense thing.
She said you're nuts.
Yeah, but the twins don't have
Y'all
common
wanted the
sense.
juicy nasty, so
Hey,
you go
Nugget.
tapping.
It was insane.
Yes.
So she got back in bed. I made sure she had all her medications right there by
Yes.
her.
Natalie.
She had food.
Thank you, Bad Mom.
Oh, Amy, it was way too juicy for me.
Not
I'm glad
muted.
the Amy's comment now.
Thank
I'm
you.
going to mute because I can't go back. Mute.
Hey, Nugget.
She keeps telling people that she's taking Tylenol and ibuprofen. If she's taking those, she's doing more harm than good because she was specifically told not to take those. And I left her hospital papers
Because it's an
right next to her
NSAID.
bed on her nightstand.
And NSAIDs are very bad for you.
Like, I don't know about y'all, but I'm not taking no pad or tampon out and handing it to somebody. I mean, that is literally like the most disgusting thing. I mean, I know maybe a little out there and stuff, but I mean, that is just absolutely disgusting. Disgusting. Like, you couldn't have wrapped it up and figured it out yourself.
Right. Wrap it up and lay it on the
Ew.
counter and wait until you're done to go throw it away
And I
yourself.
think I kind of skipped over this
You
when
did.
I was talking about at the surgery center, but
You know, Nugget,
when
how can not
I went back
anybody
to
not love you?
the recovery
He loves all
area,
his little songs.
she was grabbing my arm, almost grabbed my chest a few times. She tried to undress in front of me at the surgery center and at her house.
Yes,
I know
ordinary.
anesthesia does things to people, but at the house and when she was ready to go home, she knew what she was doing. I fully believe that.
We're just winging it by the seat of our pants. And we were just informed that these mods that just walked away were live, and this is what we're listening to.
And I've seen people ask about if I paid for her medication.
Oh, my damn
No,
camera. Sorry, it keeps unfocusing.
There was no charge. So take that as you will.
Real quick, Fluffy Mama is the one that took Danny to the hospital and stayed with her. And she's telling the story about Danny and after her surgery and all the gross, creepy shit that Danny did.
She asked me multiple times about her medications. And I texted her back telling her in very detailed information
Let me try something.
what she was supposed to do.
Let's try this and see.
And there's a comment that asks what did Danny say? She said, when I made it home, because I live over 2 hours from her.
I don't know why my camera. I'm so sorry, you guys. Why it's been doing this.
Let her know when I got home.
I'm gonna go in. Sure will.
At all at the surgery center. Contact me because I had to leave. I don't know if she ever did try to contact me because I did have to run back to the pharmacy a second time. So I was
That's
gone
weird.
for a little bit.
See how it does that?
So I don't know if she ever contacted me or not. She did make some questionable comments about Mimi and some money, but I didn't really understand what
Make
she
sure
was
I don't
trying
have
to
no
say with
filters
that.
on.
And I'm still confused about that, so I don't know what she was really trying to say about that.
I'm sorry that it's blurry, you guys. I don't know why my camera is active. Maybe because it's dark out here.
I paid for the gas, my gas, anything that I ate or drank. all of that I paid for. I did not pay for her medication.
X mods at Danny's.
There was no cost when I picked it up, so I don't know if she had insurance. I'm assuming so, but I don't know for sure.
They want to know, but like she was screaming in the car. Like was she just screaming, or
I mean, there's really nothing to see but to
or was she
listen.
just being irate?
She was screaming, and she kept saying she was in pain, and she kept saying she needed her meds, and that she needed to talk to Brownie and Angela. And
If you have to, just cover the chat with paper.
Brownie and Angela, she was still screaming and saying she needed her medication.
You know,
and she
that's
wanted to go
good
home.
point, Randall.
And what did they tell you to do since she was screaming? What did they say?
Yeah, they said to take her back to the hospital, and they would commit her because there was nothing else that could be done. So I don't know when they said they would commit her, if they were referring to themselves or if they were referring to the hospital.
But those are her besties.
Yes.
There we
Brownie,
go.
They are
Oh,
also,
shit.
Brownie, you're the fakest person I know.
they are also mods, but they are under a different name.
I know, right?
In your real account,
But that sounds like Danny, though.
I don't know their names that they're a mod with. So.
It's a brand new
but I do know that
Samsung.
they are on there.
I mean, brand new. I've only had it for 2 weeks. I don't know why my camera is having an issue with the focusing.
Thing bouncing when she's out.
I know.
They said that they would commit her, like put her in the psych ward.
And those are her friends.
You know what? Hang on a minute. I'll be right back.
Yes.
We all know that Brownie's nobody's friend.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I wonder if it's the
And I
darkness
just saw
out
a
here,
comment
too.
that
But I'll be
said,
right back.
Am I worried?
Oh,
that
the
Danny's
brightness,
gonna say
maybe?
Things about me. Honestly, if she wants to run her mouth, she can. But I have proof of everything I have said. I have text messages. I have phone records. I have.
Me.
I even have proof of.
Oh,
things
maybe
from
you're
the
onto
hospital.
something.
So I mean, let her.
I think it was just too bright, and it's being dark out here, too.
Brownie tries to be so hard. She's so tough. Guess what, girl? We in the same state. Pull up. You ain't met your match yet, huh? I might just be her.
There we go. Thank you, you guys. I was like, what
I
the
will say
hell?
that Danny has made comments about other mods that have walked away
I'll
and
be right
come
back,
out and
Socks.
said stuff about what's really the truth. She has told me were lies and they were bad people. But all those people I actually talked to. And I've seen all this in real life with Danny, so I know they ain't lying. Just like when Amy went out with some of the text messages she sent out that, or showed that Danny had sent her. I mean, after the way Danny acted with me, I can tell you that's how she really acts.
I mean, you had me a slapping a Kotex in my hand. I'm like, girl, who slaps a dirty pad into somebody's hand? I'm sorry, guys. I'll just stop. I'm just going to stop.
I told you it'd be like the tortilla challenge.
I'm just trying to get Brownie and them in here since they're so tough. We only about, 3 hours away from each other? I don't like you anyway. Never did, never have, never will. So, what's good?
As far as the grocery thing,
I don't call the police either. But
from the day before surgery, I was not in that live. I don't know anything about it. I have seen the videos. I don't know who paid for those groceries. I don't know what actually happened at Aldi's. So I don't know any of that. I do know people have sent her money before. Somebody had sent her money the day of surgery or the day before, but I don't know who it was from, because that's how she had me pay for the food, the rest of her medication. And as far as the comment about how her bills are being, do not know. And as far as the comment about how her bills are being, do not know. Sicilian Princess, yes, she was screaming for her medications and that she wanted to go home. Comment about how her bills are being, do not know. Sicilian Princess,
Now they're being
yes,
recorded.
she was screaming for her medications and that she wanted to go home. And she kept saying it hurt. And I understand the surgery hurt. I had that same exact surgery last year. And yes, it was painful. But she was screaming for her medication, wanted to go home. And she kept saying it hurt. And I understand the surgery hurt. I had that same exact surgery last year. And yes, it was painful. But a couple of days later, I was okay. Sicilian Princess, if you can request a box, yes, we'll let you out.
early like that.
Whatever you're listening to in the background is playing.
What? Fuck that bitch. That's for Brownie.
Oh, is that what it is?
What? Yeah. Sicilian Princess.
Sicilian? Yeah, she wanted to come up.
Okay, Fluffy, when you took her to get surgery done, right? And she was screaming for her meds, did you have her meds with you?
When we first left, no, I did not. We had to go to the pharmacy, and I went in and picked up half of them because they were ready. The other half was not going to be ready for another hour. So I took her home and then got her in bed and then turned around and went back for her other 2 medications. So she was sent home with 4 altogether.
Okay, so some of the girls that I just want to touch mention something here because I think you guys are asking about us that were around the first round of her non-season and she used to live. So she pretended that she pretended like she had more pain than what she really had. She had to call her doctor and she put on, like, when I tell you the show that this woman put on, she was screaming so loud that they made me like repeat for her. When she got there, she was perfectly fine. And the nurse,
Sicilian?
yes,
I'm sorry to interrupt, honey. It's a little muffled, like you're a little underwater. Are you able to fix that? I'm not sure what's.
it's probably my headphone. Is that better?
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah.
You're good.
So when she was in Illinois, I don't know if you guys remember, she fell and broke her wrist or did something to her wrist. But she didn't. It didn't get broken. It got sprained at best. But she put on a show so bad that they put a cast on her hand.
I remember.
Then she got the pain meds that she got. Well, a normal pain prescription bottle says take yada, 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 X amount of times a day, whatever. Well, Danielle would take the exact amount that it would save for the day all at once. So hypothetically, it says take 3 times a day. She's taking all 3 at once. That's
Wow.
with every medicine
All
that
right.
she takes. So Brownie, I
We're
know
going
you're
to take
listening
a
to
quick
this, and
little
you think
walk
you're
and
helping
go
that
into
woman.
the
You
house,
are not.
and hopefully I'll
If you
have a
think
better
that you're going
picture.
to be able to do it, anything for that woman, you are not. The group of us that I had to sit on the phone with her had a when she showered, when she went to the bathroom, everything that girl did, she had one of us females on the phone 24/7.
Yes, and she was like that the day of surgery too. She always had to have somebody on the phone.
Yeah.
And Cecilia Princess was around for a while, so.
I've been around since Molegate Part 1. The only reason I stopped talking to Danielle is because I had found out I was pregnant. I slowly started walking away. She had a friend that lived in Canada that was Mama Bear Part 1.
Amanda.
Amanda. And Amanda.
Oh, there we go.
Problems. It was supposedly my fault that Amanda was literally apparently on the
Much better.
deathbed. So Danielle said that she was going to rip my son out of my stomach. So Danielle
All right, good night, everyone. I'm going to bed.
exactly where she is. She's not
Good night, Miss Michael.
that woman needs.
We'll see you tomorrow,
Everyone, take
sweetheart.
Good
care.
night.
Yep.
Danielle's just the
You
next
too.
set of girls to leech onto. That's all it is. It's just another group of women that are saying the same thing that us group of women.
Wow.
Yes,
She's going to scam a bunch of women out of money. She scammed Christy out of almost $10,000. So the amount of money we were at, I don't know, like my son's, 13, 14 months. So the amount of money we were at when I first had my son was about $20,000. I can only imagine where she's at now.
Wow.
So when we were back at her house, when I was trying to get her situated before I left, something
Thank
about
you, Socks.
Mimi was holding on to her rent money, but it was through her bank.
Maya, it's Danny's
But
ex
I was
mods.
confused. I didn't know what she was talking about.
Christine, yeah. So she'll Danielle's big MO. So for you that don't know, Danielle's MO is to reach on to older women that have all her groceries. She bought her all brand new groceries. Bought her pocket
Ooh, they're echoing over there.
Can you turn that down, please?
Yep, people with disabilities. I like that song actually.
So I have one question, and I'm going to try to be respectful.
I don't know.
Try to not, get angry and emotional about this because
Which one is Lala?
Ooh.
Why did you guys as mods allow her to scam people for a cancer scam? And
Yeah,
I'm going to tell you
I love
why.
you for asking that because when
And
it
I'm
came
going
out,
to tell you why in 1 second after you guys give me a answer.
so I wasn't around
So
for that.
for me personally, we have touched on this when we first started this live the first time because we had a reset. We're not going to speak on Jessie herself.
Okay, I'm not asking about Jessie, but I'm asking why do you guys allow it to happen? It's because there's a reason why I'm asking you this, and I'm going to show you in like a minute once you tell me.
Okay, so for me, I didn't realize any of that was going to happen until it was happening pretty much. Like, I was not a person that any of them discussed that with, even though I was a mod before it happened. And I was never told that it was cancer. And when I say that, I was always told by Jessie that it was precancerous cells. So where the whole she has cancer thing came in, I have no idea.
Wait, so a group of you knew
Because when that came out, I just found out I had cancer. And like that group came after me saying I was lying. And when I was doing chemo, I had
Yes.
several women come to me
Ordinary.
telling me they were sorry that they came after me when they found out my son was 3.5 months old and I was going through chemo fighting. And Danielle's over here doing what she did. Like, that's how sick she is.
Wow.
I cannot confirm or really deny that any of the mods knew prior, at least from where I am.
I was told it was pre-cancerous. I was told that Jesse had just mentioned to Danny that it was pre-cancerous. I didn't know what they was, anything that they discussed, I knew nothing about at all.
That's insane.
I'm not gonna lie. If I knew, I would say it because I don't even care at this point. I just want to be away from all of it, the crap with Danny. But I was told that she had mentioned that it was pre-cancerous, and that is all I know. That she never came out and told Danny that it was cancerous, that Danny went with the cancer story just to raise money for her. That is all I know.
There, if you go back and watch those lives from before she did the live to earn
Hold on
money.
one second. Everyone's telling me that
All right,
Sicilian's
Ordinary.
got a.
Have a good night.
Get my live band, but a lot of people are in here saying not to have her in here. I don't know anything about you, Sicilian. I don't know about anything that these people are saying, but they're saying that you're with RSO.
I don't know what they're saying.
I don't know, so don't get mad at me. I'm just saying with the comments.
Girl, I've been dealing with her forever. I love when they talk shit and they don't know what the hell they're talking about.
I let her up because I know that she knows about Danny, and she was, I don't know if she was a mod or a friend. I don't know.
You know what's so funny? These are the same women that gave Danny thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. Okay, so can we go back to what Toxic Wheeler, am I saying that?
I'm sorry, Tom. I didn't mean to interrupt. I apologize. I don't know what's going on.
So, I was diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer November 8th of last year.
We all know Elizabeth.
To fight. I almost lost my life in March because of chemo. And then you guys have a creator on here and multiple ones that are begging to get their bills paid, that are begging to get whatever they want to get clout. You guys, if you go watch my videos, you'll understand how much it pisses me off that you guys allowed it to happen. You guys didn't stop it. And thank you guys for the gifts. I appreciate it.
I will say, like I said, Danny didn't always discuss things with me privately, personal, whatever she had going on. I also was in that live gifting Jesse as well.
Right,
I was also gifted.
But
I apologize.
But if
I knew that, I would not have been a part of that. And that is on everything that I can stand, that I stand with.
So
I don't stand with that.
Bex, I think what Toxic is saying is that if we knew that it was precancerous cells and Danny was doing it under the pretense of it being cancer, why did we allow it? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, because I had my right breast removed 3 weeks ago, almost 4 weeks ago. They thought they got all of the cancer. They got 80%. I have a gene in my body that there's 20% that's throughout my body. I cannot be on chemo no more. I have to have another infusion every 3 weeks for a year. I have to get my blood draw from my port. I have to have my heart checked every 3 months to attack what is in my body. 20%. If they do not get this under control with the infusions, because I can't say the word, they're going to have to go through another one. I cannot be on radiation. as us cancer patients are fighting for our life, you have people on the app are scamming people for a fake cancer.
So for me, I was not told specifically if it was precancerous or if it was actually cancerous until after the event happened.
After, yes.
I am completely sick about what Danny did,
I'm so sorry.
and I am so sorry you were going through what you were going through, because it is not fair to you or anybody else that is fighting this. And I've had family that has had cancer, so I get it. But when I say she does not discuss what she's doing with everyone that is a mod, she literally does not do that. She picks a certain group of people and tells them, hey, this is what we're doing, and has them in a group text. And that is who goes along with it. And the rest of us are just left to kind of fend for ourselves to believe what is true and what's not.
And
That
if
makes a
was the
lot of
case,
sense.
You guys should have left right then and there, or even put a stop to it. I don't know how much.
I do agree with that, and
I don't know how much she got from it. I don't care. My issue is, you guys knew about it afterwards, and you didn't say nothing.
Well, what could they do
And I
about
do
it?
apologize for that, but I didn't know her. I didn't know. Like I said, she does put a lot of people in group chats. I was not part of her group chats with other moms. I don't know what her, not looking at it, I see, I don't know what was raised. I don't know. I know I did gift to Jesse in that. But I am sorry for my ignorance. I will say that. I do apologize for that.
Because it's not just me, it's everybody on here or out in the world that has it or is a survivor. Because there's some people that don't survive it.
My mom passed from lung cancer, so
I get where Toxic Wheeler is going, but at the same time, she has to understand that these ladies don't tell every mod everything. So I'm sure there's a bunch of them that is so freaking clueless.
Tell you that they had blinders on, and then they come to see the light. That is literally what happened with me, at least.
Oh, I'm sorry,
And
Mama 5.
I wish I would have seen it sooner. I wish I would have listened to all those comments that were in her live instead of muting them or ignoring messages.
Oh, you're
wish I
welcome.
would have listened sooner. I wish somebody would have just, messaged me and be like, this is what is happening. Look out for it. Don't fall for what she's saying.
And I take full accountability, and you are exactly right. I should have been done right after that. Right after I figured it out. I can't make excuses. There is none to be made.
No, there is no excuses. And I agree. I should have left then.
Sure,
and even when you said that,
being mods
didn't
for
you say that your
certain
mom
creators,
passed
it's
away?
probably hard
Yes.
to.
That should have been, questions to ask.
Oh, yeah, see, that's a good point there, Mama 5.
It's just, I understand people probably tried, but when it comes to something like that, it's very dear to, me, everybody in this chat that has fighting cancer or has a loved one going through or lost a loved one.
I agree.
And I know a lot of people, they don't understand because they've never been in it. It's, whatever she has coming to her, that's on her. But, that's something that for next time, just, please be aware.
And I do apologize and take full accountability, and I should have walked away a long time ago.
And,
like I said, no excuses.
And there is a reason why. I have 2 grandkids that I love dearly. When I heard that 20%, I've been emotional for a week. My cancer center.
I have a question. Maybe I'm just
a lot of spouses,
a little different. Why is everyone coming so hard on just D?
I'm not going to get that.
And not
yes, I'm married.
Jesse?
My husband
Because
will not do that.
Jess
My husband does
let
not come
everyone believe and didn't
to
correct anyone.
my appointments.
So isn't she
my
just as
surgeries.
guilty, if not more guilty?
You know who is there for me? My stepdaughter, that's 26, that should sit on this side of the bed next to me.
I mean,
I was
even what
emotional all
Danny
the other day
did
because I
is
see
not right,
something that I'm
but
not going to get.
she let them
So
run with
from
the scenario that she
me
knew in her
hearing
gut
about
that wasn't true.
the cancer skin, that's why I'm upset. I made a video crying. I have not cried like that since I found out November 8th at 2:39 p.m. I remember that call very clearly. I hope you guys don't have to suffer or go through what cancer people do.
No, I don't
I wish
remember
you nothing but the
what
best.
Jess
And I am sorry
his
that
name
Danny or anyone else
Toxic
on this app
is
ever upsets
Toxic
you in
Wheeler.
regards
She's
to
the one that
cancer, because I don't feel like
is
anyone
on our
should
side
have
that
to
has
be
cancer.
hurt from anything somebody else does on this app.
I agree, Mama Five.
I see people
do both. I had to do that and shut
cancer
machines
people
off
think.
on my
I don't
son.
have
So
to.
I get it, Mama Five.
You know why? I have a daughter and a best friend that helps me out. My GoFundMe, let me tell you this. The gal that set it up took the money and ran.
Oh, man.
So when I found that out, I was livid today.
Wow.
But I'm going to jump off here. Thank you guys for letting me come up and explain it. And I hope that you guys...
Toxic, before you go, can I say something to you, sweetie? You have said everything that I have been wanting to say since I heard about what Danny did. I have been also fighting cancer since 2023. And I love you. I just gave you a follow.
I'll give you a follow
I've
back.
known Toxic Wheeler for God sucks. What, she's been around a long time, huh?
I will be praying
Oh,
for you.
yeah. We go way back.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
At least, what, 4 years?
I
At
don't
least?
know if you guys are big advocates. Start advocating for yourself and for others. If something is wrong, you see it, you say it, and you turn it in.
I will definitely do better.
And I'm sorry, Southern. I wanted to get that out there.
Absolutely. When I heard you talking, I said, I need to speak with you. You have said everything I have ever wanted to say what Danny has did. She has hurt people who is actually physically going through cancer. There's no cure for the cancer that we have. It's day by day. You know, you have to get scans. I have to get scans every 12 weeks the rest of my life. My thing is, and I'm going to try to be not to you, Miss Toxic. I'm going to try to be very, very respectful because this is a touchy subject when it comes to people who have fought cancer. The mods, the reason that y'all did not speak up is because y'all didn't see a problem with it then. Y'all should have spoke up on this. There's no excuse for it whatsoever. No excuse. And just this, I don't know what kind of cancer that the other person had, just the cells of cancer. That is completely different than someone who is actively fighting cancer, fighting for their life. Their survival rates.
See, these people are starting to go after these mods harder than they are going after Jess. She started this whole fucking mess.
You should have spoke up, period. Because you know what? Cancer does not hurt. It does not hurt. And I did not find out until the very last minute. It was in my last layer before it was on its way to the muscles. The only symptom I had was blood in my urine. Blood in my urine, that's the only symptom, which was brushed off as a UTI. It could have easily took my life, and still to this day it can. That's why I have to get scopes every 12 weeks. There's no cure for mine.
I'm gonna hop off here, guys, and thank you for the prayers and and everything, the kind words and the gifts. But please remember, of what people really go through. Okay.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for coming up.
You're very welcome.
Dick.
And I apologize.
You think Danny had heads up that these people were probably going to go live, and that's why she's been so goddamn quiet the last 2 days, 3 days?
Yes.
And I will never go back. I can't.
Absolutely. You need to speak up because you know what? I pray to God none of y'all get cancer, but it's not something I wish on anybody. But it hurts people who have it, who have had family members who have had it and passed away. It's sick. But anyways, speak up. That's all I wanted to say. You see somebody doing wrong, speak up. And thank you for letting me up. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming up.
And I hope y'all do not go back to Danny. She is a terrible, terrible person.
She really, truly is.
Well, I'm going to give y'all a follow. Thanks, y'all.
I'll follow you too.
Thank you for letting me up. And I appreciate y'all speaking up on this. Thank y'all. Y'all have a good night, okay?
You have a good night as well.
All right, bye-bye.
Momo did you wrong. I am sorry that it's taking so long for you to be able to speak up, but what did you want to say?
It's okay. I just didn't want to interrupt them. I'm going to be quick because I need to get to bed. First of all, I just want to tell those two ladies I'm so sorry for their battle. I'm sending fundraiser thing and the Jessie thing. I know you guys said that you guys are friends with Jessie, and so I don't mean to slam her, but I want to say this. While I don't trust a single word that Danny says because she's just a known liar over and over and over and over and over and over again, I also acknowledge that Danny is not the sharpest crown in the box, and so I know that she very possibly does misunderstand and not understand a lot of things that people are telling her. It's a toss-up whether she didn't understand it or if she was just lying. My issue is Jessie came on and tried to say that she tried correcting Danny and didn't understand. If that's the case, in my opinion, it was Jessie's responsibility to clarify. If that's the case, in my opinion, it was Jessie's responsibility to clarify it publicly. to correct it publicly. If Danny wasn't
Why
going
didn't
to,
she stop the gifts
if
and
she wasn't
say
going to correct it and stop, if that's the
they can't?
case,
Don't do this.
in my opinion, it was Jesse's responsibility to clarify it publicly, to correct it publicly.
Exactly.
If Danny wasn't going to, if she wasn't going to correct it and stop the fundraiser, or at least make sure that she was stating facts about it, then that was it publicly, to correct it publicly. If Danny wasn't going to, if she wasn't going to correct it and stop the fundraiser, or at least make sure that she was stating facts about it, then that was up to Jessie, and she didn't do it.
Yep.
She let that whole night go on under the premise that she had cancer.
Yep.
And that this money was being raised for that. And I don't know if you guys remember that night, but everybody was sent, because people were asking questions about Danny, because at one point Danny said she was going to match the money, and then the next hour she was like mad and saying she'd do whatever she wanted to and she didn't have to prove anything to anybody. You don't get to do that. Like, if you announce to people that you're going to match money, you need to do it. Like, people donate with that understanding that their money's going to be matched. And so anyways, when there was questions about that, everybody got sent over to Jesse's live and were donating to her directly. Anyways, when there was questions about that, everybody got sent over to Jesse's live and were donating to her directly. And again, perfect opportunity for her to speak up and say, hey, Danny had this wrong. I don't actually have cancer, but it was never done. And people were blowing up her chat, asking questions about what kind of cancer do you have, and she would just sit there and read the chat and not answer any of that. So I understand she's your friend, but and another thing, Bex, I know you said that Jessie never said she had cancer, but I know for a fact that I was in Gabby's live one night and she was in the chat, and I think she even got in a box and she did say she had cancer.
Okay, well, I wasn't aware of that, so I do apologize. I was not aware of that, so thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, no, I'm not asking for an apology, but I just want you guys to know the truth.
I didn't know that. I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
It was definitely said. So, while Danny's, needs to be held responsible for her own actions, Jessie definitely has a lot of this on her shoulders, too, because she did not step forward and clear things up when she should have.
Exactly.
Well, I agree. If she didn't say that, then she should have. I completely agree. I just didn't see that live. I didn't see that specific live, so I thank you for letting me know.
I don't remember seeing that specific live that she said that on Gabby's platform.
Yeah.
So again, I do apologize if that's what was said. I'm not saying you were wrong or anything. I just was I was not present for that.
I understand, and I mean, there's a lot of different lives going on at a lot of different times. I happened to be in that one, so I did see that, but I'm not looking for an apology from anybody except Jessie and Danny, and really, it doesn't need to be to me. It needs to be to everybody. I actually did donate to Jessie directly, and I was so mad about it. I sent her a message and told her I wanted my money back, and she actually did return my money on Venmo, so I at least appreciated that. I see somebody in the chat, Girl Mama, wants me to ask, do you guys know if Danny was really septic?
So, for myself, she had called me, I believe it was the day that she, I guess, had went in to the hospital or emergency room, whatever the case must be, and crying, asking for prayers, saying that it was really bad, and the doctor told her to go to the hospital, and they were going to admit her. And she sent me a screenshot of like her portal where it says sepsis or septic, whatever it said. I'm not sure how it was worded without going back and looking. And then I tried to check on her and call her while she was supposed to be in the hospital. She never answered me, and I did not hear from her until a few days later when she said she was home.
Well, she was probably on the other line with Brownie and Angela.
I do know she had talked to them during that whole thing because they were the ones that held the live about her being in the hospital.
Yeah.
Oh my. Okay, guys, I've got to get to bed, but I just wanted to point out those couple things about how I felt about the way Jesse handled that as well.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for coming
problem.
up. And
I'm glad somebody said that.
Yeah, you guys too. Bye.
Thank you for saying that.
I stopped being mod about a week or so ago, maybe a little bit.
Get back to the day she had surgery and the other stuff.
She had surgery on the 10th, and I believe you stopped being a mod for
Wait, she
her.
had surgery on the 10th? Was it
Yes.
10th? Okay.
Yes, it was the 10th.
Okay.
It was originally supposed to be like the 3rd or the 4th, and then she had it. That's why I was messaging you.
These are ex-mods of Danny's that left
And as
like
far as me,
a week and a
I
half
stopped
ago
being a mod
or a week
this
ago.
past Saturday. Now, I'm sure she will
And
say that she removed me.
Fluffy Mama is
which,
the one
yes,
that
she
took
did
Danny
remove me,
to the surgery
but then
and
she
stayed the
went
night
back
with
in,
her.
like 10 minutes later, and added me back. And an hour or two, if even, I was on
Forking,
a video
I
call
can't
with
right
Bekks,
now. My devices
talking
are.
to her about everything. And I went into my TikTok because we were sharing screens, and I removed myself as a mod, and I removed Danny from all my social media, blocked her, and
if Danny lies, it does come up. She does get notified when we unmod. It will say our username has quitted as moderator. So she. I'm sure she got her notifications, whether she wants to lie or not.
Puppet, I had just mentioned that I stopped being a mod this past Saturday. I believe, I don't know what day that was.
The 14th.
Saturday afternoon / evening. It was the 14th. I just looked at my calendar. It was the 14th I stopped being a mod for her.
They want to know if it was a couple incisions or a big incision.
It was only one. Well, let me rephrase that. From what I saw, I only seen one area of where it might have been incisions. And there were steri strips there. And she was told on the paperwork and in person, and I even texted her, not to mess with those. They will fall off in 7 to 14 days. Do not mess with them. But she was already picking at one of them when I took her home.
Oh, jeez.
It definitely looked like she was taking them off, like taking the strips off from the picture that was posted. So, and yes, I do read Reddit. I don't comment, but I do like. I've liked a lot of things lately that was posted. So yes, I won't lie. I definitely do read Reddit.
Why, Grumpy? I mean, some of the stuff she said, I believe she stayed the night.
I don't like Reddit.
Hey, Tina.
I think it's toxic. I don't have it. I don't go on it. If I know anything from Reddit, it's because somebody sends it to me, or like in a screenshot or something, or I see it on here on another creator's page. I also see another question that asks why we didn't call her out if we were there. It just has never been on TikTok. Now the day of surgery, when things went crazy, I did call her out about her yelling in the car, but I didn't go into any more details that day because she was on a bunch of medication and she was on anesthesia. I didn't even know if she would retain anything I told her, which she texted me the next day on Wednesday asking me the same exact questions of medication. which is why I texted it out in very great detail to do. And if I'm right, Bekks, you called her out a lot about her stuff.
Yeah. To message her or text her, whatever you want to say, and let her know. But I have definitely told her when she was wrong. I have. I wasn't always babying her, like they think. Babying her, like they think. And let her know. Maybe not about everything, but I have definitely told her when she was wrong. I have. I wasn't always babying her, like they think.
There's a lot that has been said between us.
That's why we're going live now.
Yeah.
That's why we're going
Me
live
and
now.
Bekks and I have talked several days this week about doing a live. And after some of the stuff Danny said today, then that was the final straw for both of us. And we're like, okay, let's do this.
Oh, Danny actually spoke today. Hey, Toxic Wheeler, we seen you up there, sweetheart. We were rooting for you, Mama.
Question, I do not know if she has a job, and if she does, I don't know anything about it. She has not talked to me about that. And as far as
you got this, girl.
Danny shopping, I have seen that a couple of times.
I don't know, right? Chasing.
I even played a video when we first started this live from another page.
I agree. They need to see a different perspective,
Piper
for sure.
74, I have seen both of those videos. I was not her friend then, and there's really no excuse as to why I have never questioned her about it. I'm one of those people that believes, if you have a past, that's your past. That's not something that people should constantly bring up. So I just never asked her about it. But that's not no excuse.
What did she say today?
Yep, right, Toxic?
She started messaging me first, right?
Yeah, she messaged me first because I blocked her on all social media, but I did not block her number, which was my fault. But she sent me a text message this evening because I was in Melissa Sue's live talking to the people in there, and I even replied to Bop It, who is in the comments, about something that they said in regards to Danny. And Danny was mad and said I hadn't even checked on her, which is a lie. I have receipts for that. And pretty much told me to stay away from her.
Always
but
the
I have
pity
not had
card,
contact
always
with Danny
the pity card.
Since last Saturday. Danny is the one that contacted me today. I didn't go to her.
And I think I haven't heard from her since the 14th, I think, right? I'm pretty sure it was the 14th.
Yeah, before today, yeah.
Yeah, and then she had messaged me, and then she had sent me all the screenshots of, I guess, Buffy was in Melissa Sue's live, supposedly laughing and, I guess talking with Bop It, and with Bop It, I think was in the live now. And she said, this is why, and I think she meant because I was upset with her prior to when she just listened to Reddit and just started modding all the mods based on what a Reddit post said with no proof. So I was upset with her when she unmodded Fluffy, especially after Fluffy went out of her way to take her to surgery, get her meds from the pharmacy, help her, get her all situated. I was just kind of upset how she unmodded Fluffy with like no explanation, basically saying she was a rogue mod. I don't know. So then she
Use
decided
and
to send out
abuse and let
screenshots of
go.
Fluffy and
What
Alyssa
they
Sue's
are
live.
notorious for.
And that's pretty much all she said was, I guess Fluffy was laughing with somebody else off it in the live about certain things, and that's all she said to me was, "This is why. There's always a reason why," and that's all she said. And I did not reply to her at all. I even showed Fluffy the messages, and I did not reply to her.
And I showed Bekks the messages that Danny sent me this evening. I actually messaged Bekks almost instantly.
Yes.
When it happened, because me and Bekks have been talking for a while now.
A while, yeah. Kind of comparing stories, kind of venting about how we feel we've been treated as far as being a mod, and that's kind of how all of this came about. We really didn't want to go live because we figure, well, nobody believes the mods when they walk away anyway, because obviously we have modded for her, stuck up for her, blocked people when we probably shouldn't have. And I take full accountability for supporting her as long as I did.
Hey, maybe.
Like I said, there's no excuses. But we just compared stories and decided to go live tonight about, and I told Puppy I would support her in whatever she wanted to speak about as far as the surgery went. And I walked away because I walked away the day before surgery just because of the way she was acting. It's just little things here and there that's been building up for me.
You did amazing, Chucks.
Kind of started pointing fingers and
You
accusing
did great, Wheeler.
of things, and I'm modding the mods that have been loyal to her and have been there for her. I was like, that's it for me. And I modded before that, but I decided I'm not going back to support that behavior. I refuse to support that behavior anymore. So I did support her. I was her mod, but
so
I won't be going
maybe
back.
we missed it because we came in late in this whole scenario. Why did they walk away finally? What was their breaking straw?
Mods. We're not rogue.
No,
we're rough mods.
I will not go back. I can't, and I won't. When people say that she lies too much and she hasn't changed, yeah, I fully believe it. And I see it.
She has not changed. She has not. So when people say Illinois Danny is back, I don't think she ever fully left. And I see it. I've seen it over the last few weeks. It's just been, little things here and there that has been, just kind of building up for me. And I can't support that behavior. I won't. And for my own mental health, I had to walk away. Straight up.
Right?
Yes, I did start. No,
I don't know. I haven't looked
December
14 crazy.
I think she modded me in March of 24. I think. It might have been February. I can't remember the exact date. I'm sorry, guys. But it was like February and March of 24 when she made me mod for the first time. So it's been off and on for me since then. That's not the first time I've walked away, but this time, that's it. Icing on the cake.
I won't go back. I've seen too much and experienced too much, especially with her Kotex.
Yeah, the Kotex thing is disgusting, but oh my God, are you able to, you saw that video I sent you how she was looking at me and talking to me in Kai's live? You still have that when I said that she didn't feed into Reddit, blah, blah, blah?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Well, I'm
Can you
gonna
play
have to
that for
go
them so I
back
can show them
tomorrow
how
and
how
listen
evil
to
she looked towards me and
Danny's
speaking
live
me?
because I guess she
And
was
that's what
talking and I just happened to miss it
I don't know if
today.
you still have it. I did send it to you. Like, it's just part of it. When she was like, "You're welcome, Becca," or when
I know what you're talking about, but I'll have to download it from the other app because it's on a different app. And then I can post it.
Yeah, you can post it. Just post it. I'm fine with that.
And for anyone that is in the comments asking about the Kotex thing or sees the person that changed their profile name to, I think it's Bloody Kotex or something along the line, which has me rolling.
I missed it. Why didn't you tell me? Oh my God. Follow me so I can follow you back.
It's somewhere in there.
Yes, bop it, twist it, pull it, so Brownie can throw Danny's dirty Kotex away. Please, Brownie, throw it away, girl. Just get rid of
Did
it.
you
Since you're so
YouTube
far
undercover
past.
look under
So I had taken her home from the
mouse
burger,
potatoes?
and I had
And you have to look under
come up
live.
with my family, and I had to
Under
leave.
mouse
so
potatoes.
I told her I was going to leave, but I was making sure she was okay before I left. I had to help her into bed. So I told her to try and use the restroom before I left. She went to use the restroom. For whatever reason, she left the bathroom door open. I instantly turned in the opposite direction because I didn't want any part of that. And she was on her monthly cycle. And she tried to give me her dirty used Kotex multiple times. And I just...
I'm sorry. That's gross. That is freaking disgusting.
I don't know anyone that doesn't have a trash can in their bathroom. Like, that's wild to me.
And I have never, ever took a paddle and slapped into somebody's hand like, hey! Like, what? I can't, I just can't relate to that. That is absolutely disgusting. Like, here, hold my Kotex. Girl, throw that shit away yourself. Little weird girl. Ew. You nasty, Danny. I hope you hear me. You nasty for that.
Yeah, that is quite nasty, Danny.
I don't give a shit. Nasty.
That's beyond nasty, Danny.
Little snitch. I've been getting little bully and harassment things. I see them. Little weirdo girl. I'm dumb for even dealing with her as long as I did. Y'all should have just said something. Like, Becca, wake up. Why are you dealing with this nasty girl? God damn.
I can't talk about it. Account.
Bobbit said she even asked you to sleep in her bed. Yes, she did ask her to sleep in her bed. Yes, she did.
Yes, Danny did tell. Well, no, she didn't ask me. She told me I was going to sleep in her bed.
She demanded.
That's just weird.
I was going to sleep in her bed.
She demanded.
Ooh, they're getting...
I was going to sleep in her bed.
She demanded.
There was a comment I was going to answer, and I don't remember what it is now. I got distracted.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's fine.
Danny's Kotex. I'm trying to find you. Comment, please. There it is.
There. Yes, I can't talk about it. What was your question or your comment? Because I had started to talk about it, and then I got sidetracked.
With or without wings, Fluffy? Was it with wings? Was it flying away? Was it flying to you? With wings. Oh, it was always with wings? Oh, girl.
It could have flown by itself.
That thing would fly around. Oh, my. Okay, I'm muting. I'm done. I'm done.
Oh, God. Oh,
Oh, yes, Amy. Yes, I fully agree she was lying about Amy.
Hey, DJ Chili Sauce.
And I know Amy was telling the truth. Bekks, I keep seeing you in the comments and it's throwing me off.
Sorry.
Oh my goodness. Why would any
I would also
grown
like to
33-year-old
one woman does not
that
leave
has only
their
met
house fully prepared for that kind of situation because
somebody from the
she got
internet
halfway to the surgery
like
center
twice,
and I had made the comment, you brought a Kotex with you, and she's like, oh, I forgot it.
oh my god.
Say what?
Yeah, she said she forgot it. Like, how do you forget that? I mean, yeah, she was going to the surgery center, and the hospitals usually have that type of stuff, but, like, what woman doesn't have anything prepared?
Kotex and tampons always in my purse. Or something. Right, guys? Ladies, I know you guys are always prepared and have your hygiene thingy things. That's right.
Exactly.
I can't even. I'm done.
Well, hell, Danny went to freaking Aldi's the day before and didn't even have her wallet with her. She didn't have her driver's license on her. She didn't have her bank card on her. All she had was her telephone to pay for something.
I told you.
Who does that?
Once I got a few of these people
That is
in
just
here,
weird.
like questions. Once I got them in here, people would start coming in. I knew it. They would.
I appreciate everybody coming in too as well.
Right?
In my ignorance, I do apologize for it. There's no excuses. I was her mod. I thought we were friends. Obviously, we weren't. Like I said, no excuses. It is what it is, but I learned my lesson. Took me a little bit, but I learned, and I think Fluffy did too, so.
I am grateful for Bekks for hosting this, and also for being an incredible friend through all of this.
They were taught nothing.
That is one thing I'm
convinced
for, is that
Mimi did not teach them a fucking thing.
Amen.
And we have shared things and showed things to each other. So, like, we know we're not lying to each other. There is a complete honesty right there. Your next bookish bestie, I might be saying that wrong. No, I do not know why Danny forgave Brownie. I was told something along the lines of Brownie is not into that type of platform or bullying or whatever the case may have been.
And if anybody believes that, that's crazy.
Her ways.
I don't believe it.
I don't know. I haven't really been able to talk to Brownie.
Right, Wheeler?
About anything.
You were amazing, Wheeler.
You know, when she was on the phone with Danny. But Angela was on the phone at the same time. So we did not have conversations about that.
Do you think because Brownie accepted Danny as her cube? I wouldn't doubt it at this point. It's just very odd to me. having somebody who was once one of your biggest haters. That just shows a lot about Danny. So she can have Danny, or I mean Brownie as her friend, but she's lost two good ones. That's all I got to say. So have Brownie, have her. You know.
The Gabby's droopy headlights. I do not know what exactly went down between Angela and Danny. I know that Danny had at one point said Angela and her were dating. I don't know anything about the text or anything like that about it. I was told by Danny like a week, maybe 2 weeks prior to her surgery that Angela walked away.
Apparently it was a lie.
And like 2 days before her surgery, she had added me to a group call with Angela and Brownie. So I don't know what transpired between Angela and Danny, and between Danny telling me that Angela walked away and the surgery. I don't know what happened there.
When we do decide to get off, I do want to play one song.
You know, that's weird.
Y'all already know the song when we do decide to get off.
No. You can use whatever you need.
Just want to say I'm grateful for you, and
You're good. You can use whatever you need.
beyond blessed and grateful that you hosted the live. I am grateful for everyone that has come in and has been in boxes or been in the comments asking questions. I hope we have covered as much as possible. If
You're
we've missed
welcome.
anything, I'm sorry, the comments have been going fast. But I am grateful for everyone that has
It's really fucking up the song. Alright, I'm exiting that. I am not listening to that voice
Have a
filter.
good rest of the night.
Another
really
second.
Appreciate all of you.
Let me see. I wonder if she was live. I wonder if is she still live? Move what's to this. Yeah, that was to try to keep this from wobbling.
No, I haven't seen the pepper.
She did, Jessica.
And then she goes and spins up all the bread, and she comes back here and she wants to keep sleeping with me. And she wants to keep sleeping with me, and she doesn't want me to meet any of you. She doesn't.
Yeah, I'm sure it's probably going to be on Melissa um YT or um no, that was Nick. Um no, Waffles lawyer. But then they're, not. I mean, it was informative. I'll have to say it was informative. You know, I'm trying this. Look, let's see what today. Today's the 18th already. Oh boy. Boy. It was okay, Jessica. I feel bad for Mel because of the way Aaron and Gabby was, trying to intimidate her not to talk. And I'm glad she stayed strong and did what she needed to do. And we had an unexpected player, Greyhawk, jump up in the box and expose some stuff. TikTok. I bought this bitch all on my own. I did not getting paid for this or nothing, but I'm telling you, this phone, so you're charging when it's on the stand, you can plug this in, and this is a battery pack, and also you can turn this on. Let's see if I turn it on. It turns into a Bluetooth mode, and once you hook your phone up to it and everything, and I'm telling you, I ordered another one today because my other half won't. You can put the phone on it and something to put it on. So I ordered him one today. On the other side of the house, away from my internet, I was trying to look and see if I can find anything on Danny today. But yeah, I'm curious on what she says. Yes, and that speaker. I'm telling you guys, that Bluetooth speaker in this little box is fucking loud. It's loud. I'm shocked on how freaking loud. Got it from the TikTok shop. They're like $7.99 free shipping. Yeah, no, I have it turned off because I was worried about having boxes and things earlier, and that I would might echo. So I didn't, but I had it on the other day when I was live, and they were saying that the sound was great. So, um, Jessica, on Nookie's page, there is 3 parts to the Mel thing tonight. There's several parts on Nookies. Yeah, you which I like that because you can this here you can twirl it. You can completely turn it completely around. So you can put the stand any way you want. So you just got to find, I think, your perfect balance or whatever you're trying to balance. Yeah, I get it, Toxic. I give everyone a chance. I give everyone a chance. I think she did great, though. She stood tall, she stood strong, and now she just gotta finish her, get some of her receipts and things, and go from there. Um, and she'll be okay. She's gonna be okay. If you happen to be in here still on Kai's page, there's a 3 minute and 30 seconds of Aaron threatening you. So there is a complete video. You can just download that complete video. Yeah, Hannah Banana, she's so full of fucking. She's so full of bullshit. Bullshit. Yeah, they're on Kai's page. Because I was looking for Danny's videos and I'm coming across everything else. But on Kai's page right there, it says Erin threatening Mel at 4:53, 3 minutes and 30 seconds. And it's on the Kai Foz, FOTZE. Just for ya to let you know. Yeah, I think I'm gonna. I gotta have a. Yeah, I think I'm gonna. I gotta have a smoky smoke break. Turn this light off just in case I don't. Turn this light off just in case I don't come back on this side of the house. I don't have to walk back over here again later. Here again later. But I don't know. I've gone to 3 different YouTube pages and I haven't seen anything of. I don't know. I've gone to 3 different YouTube pages and I haven't seen anything of Danny's lives. That's really weird. How normally they have the twins' lives posted pretty freaking quick, and why isn't some of Danny's lives not posted today? I want to hear her talking bullshit about her mods, since she, I guess, was talking. I mean, every freaking time I seen her live, I listened, and she was like quiet. She wasn't even fucking talking. So, which is weird. All right. I'm trying to look at. I don't even know who else to look at. Hopefully, some of them will be there tomorrow. I guess, you know. I know there's some other ones that post too. Oh, Wendy's World. Wendy, or whatever however you say that. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. I'm coming up with nothing either. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that was on 6:15. Oh, let's see. 6:15. 6:15. Hmm. Yeah, I've done them, and I think I'm on 6 or 7. um, but I don't know. Hopefully, they're just behind today, and we'll get some of Danny's BS up, because I mean, if she pulled, a bunch of bullshit today and started talking about these two mods. Now I guess I understand why. Oh, you know what, too? You two? Sometimes Danny gets attached to the Gabby's videos too. You know what I'm saying? Like if Gabby was only on like 15 minutes, but the thing says an hour, is because Danny got attached to it. Don't forget about that. That just reminded me. So, I mean, that could be too. But usually they mark it and say Danny/Gabby or Gabby/Danny. Nookie and Kai are really good for putting both their names on there. But let's see. There's Mel, there's Gabby, Mel and Gabby, Gabby, Aaron. So, I don't know. Damn, I was like, fuck, Danny was so fucking quiet today, and her not talking. And then come to find out, she did a whole bunch of talking today. Holy shit. So, that is why Danny is doing the pouty pout. Boy, here's one live I was watching. I'm just curious if she says anything. No, okay. I found one that says 6:17 that she was live today. That was a live from today. See, I found one that says Danny/Gabby. Let's see. But like I said, most of the ones see, that was like Danny was only live for a few minutes. But I don't see her talking at all. So I'll go back, and if you find it, YouTube, message me. If I find anything, I'll message you. So let's see if we can see. Maybe they just got mislabeled wrong today. So does anyone else have... Oh, look, I found one, Miss YouTube, that had Lisa, and then it went into Danny. It had Lisa at the beginning on Kai's, and then it went into Lisa. Or Lisa, and then it went into Danny. So maybe that's why we're not finding it too. It's labeled Brave 618, and then Lisa was at the beginning, then it went into Danny. Danny's just laying there in bed. Let's see if I can fast forward a little bit and see if she even fucking does anything. Jesus, Pete. So it had to have been before. Yeah, because Danny wasn't on very long on some of her lives, like 20 minutes, half an hour, and then she was back off again. So I am determined to find this tonight. But Danny was pouting by noontime. So I'm wondering if Danny said something more in the morning then. Because Danny was already pouting by noon. That means that Danny had to have said something earlier.
And then we ended up meeting in person at my job. He came and met me at my job. And
oh, here's one at 10 o'clock. So does anybody have any opinions about tonight or on anything? On what we just saw? Oh, see, that didn't last very long. Danny was on like 10 minutes there.
My favorite thing to do. My favorite thing to
It has, Lab Girl. It has. See, she's already pouting. You know, I'm wondering if she said something the day before.
We didn't do what we were accused of.
You know, Danny.
We have been waiting a millennium.
Then as, you know, because she was already pouting. Oh, there was a couple of them, though, Hannah Banana. Which one? I think I tend to believe both of them. I tend to believe both of them. But that Greyhawk is awful weird that her account is bye-bye now. No, see, I disagree. But we all are entitled to our opinions. I don't have, you know, I'm not going to hold it against anyone having their own opinion, but I tend to believe Mel, just like I believe Night or Greyhawk or whatever the fuck her name was, but hers a little suspicious because her account is bye-bye.
It sounds like you could have an infection if the mesh is causing the infection, so I need to see a picture.
Yeah, well, they're gonna be coming, Hannah.
Please don't.
I don't know, I'm gonna have to look at this bullshit later on the Danny thing because it's gonna drive me nuts. Yeah, oh, thank you. Oh, thank you so much. I so greatly. So, Greyhawk ended up being that, whatever that name was, breaking news that was in, Fearless, 7 in Pink's live tonight. Breaking news. She was originally Greyhawk and Tippy Toes, I think she said. Also, you know, you know, after, Mel was in here, talking, she revealed a few things. I'm not gonna do, that she's had some past trauma, of stuff that, like what G has done to her. Um, um, I understand why Mel is having a hard time. So hopefully with the chat that was in here earlier and the people that were in the boxes, we, you know, she can try to get, yeah, I think, no drama, I think I got most of it, recorded. I'm just hoping it came out okay. So I was gonna look at it a little bit later, and then, if it's a quiet day tomorrow, we'll, replay it on that. I have noticed it's on, hey Dixie, it's on Kai's and them's page. So I'm sure you can go over there, and listen to, just to let y'all know. Yeah. Yeah, chili sauce there. I did see it on Kai and Nookie's page, so it is over there. I think it's in like 3 and 4 parts over there. They posted it, so so you can go over there and you know and listen to. Yeah, like I said, tomorrow, um, if it's we got a quiet day, I'll play um some of it, in between the Gabby ins and outs. I'm just sort of more curious on the fucking what Danny had to say about Fluffy Mama and Bekks, to get them pissed off enough to decide to go live tonight. It's just all of a sudden. So I don't know. I guess I'll have to grin and bear it and go to Reddit too. I hate going over there, but you know. Yeah, DJ. I had some. I was cooking dinner for my other half when it was going on, and some other stuff going on. So that I put it on in my little craft room, and no, Hannah. He was trying to threaten Mel, to act all big and grown, but he got shut down. But I knew I was gonna miss a bunch, so I set my thing up on my stand, and hit screen record, so I can go back and listen if I missed anything good when I did catch a part or not. you know. Yeah, no, Aaron was trying to threaten, act big and bad. I know, right? Right? Yeah. So like I said, I had like 3 different things going on all at the same time, and so I was just like, you know what, fuck it, I'll just record it, and I knew other people would probably have it recorded too, but I wanted it for myself too. Oh, what is Melissa Sue's white YouTube page? Is it Melissa Sue? What is her page? Her YouTube called? Does anyone know? I know. I hear, never mind. I found it. Let's see what she has on here. You know? Oh, maybe I don't even have the right Melissa Sue either. I don't think I do. Yeah. I'm gonna have to. I'll go in and look and. Let's see. There's actually there's actually a bunch of Melissa Sue. So oh wait a minute, maybe this is the one. Oh, that's
The chat was going wild on my other.
Waffles.
Worry
Yeah.
about my mental health.
I know I
Now that I'm on Waffles, I'm gonna look at Waffles and see if she has anything on Danny that might have gotten stuck together. Because I noticed a few others did. But yeah, I think I'm gonna probably get off here too. And that it is like way past my bedtime for this last couple weeks. I've been in bed usually by 8 o'clock the last 2 weeks. I don't know what the hell's going on with me, but I appreciate you all in here. I just noticed Danny was live and was being a nosy Rosie. You know, I needed a little bit of a change up than, what was all going on earlier. You know, we love you, Wheeler. You've been one of our OG girls around here. We don't got many of them, so we love you, girl. Yes, and thank you. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you all too, though. You guys you make it easier doing some of these lives, though, because you keep the chat, I mean, we say our opinions, but we're not mean to each other, and we accept each other's opinions and different outlooks. And I love that, because we all don't look at everything the same. We all look at things a little bit different, and that's okay. I love that, because I looked at a few things different, and then somebody else said something and I was like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. So I'll be first to admit I'm not perfect. I mean, I could be looking at something totally wrong, and then somebody else say, no, look at it this way. And then I'm like, oh, the alarm bells go ding, ding, ding. That makes more sense than what I was trying to think. Hey, angel girl. But that's why I love the different opinions in here, and our different spins, our different little spin, But we still keep it amicable in here to each other, and I appreciate that. I really do. Yeah, the spins of TikTok, right, Wheeler? Oh, we've been through enough of that, right, Wheeler? Between the HP and the different things, huh? The HP and the nerds, and whoo, we've been around the TikTok spin wheel, the slot. Holy smokes. Yeah, we've been through a lot, right? Ugh. I know, right? No drama. Um, Angel Girl, earlier, we ended up, somebody asked Gabby, what was that purple thing on the couch? And it's part of her vacuum, her new vacuum. But something still happened to him. Either, it was the bearded dragon with his neck, or something happened to him earlier, I guess, to make him cry. I haven't heard the part where he was crying, but I've heard other people talk about the way he was crying. So that is the mystery at this point. Yeah, I think Aaron was earlier. At that point, he was earlier vacuuming. So I think he took it off and set it down. Because not too long before part of that video, Aaron was vacuuming something up. You can hear the vacuum, and it wasn't Gabby. Yeah. And because Feisty also showed a picture of Gabby. Let me see if I have a picture. Here. Hang on. Now that you said something, I think I have. Hang on. Now that you said something, I think I have. This was the item in question. There. Okay? So that was the question. Showed this picture. That's the new toy that Gabby has. They're two different colors of purple. Even though they're purple, they're still different purples. So So I'm convinced that it was part of the new vacuum setup that she got for her birthday. So, but still, little man did get hurt. How he got hurt, we don't know yet. Like I said, I missed that part of this morning and that whole 9 yards. So, I don't know. I'm sort of glad that I missed it because everyone kept saying it was definitely a hurt cry. That he got hurt. It was definitely one of those type of cries and screams. That just breaks my heart and puts a huge knot in my belly when I hear little ones get hurt like that. Yeah. Unfortunately, Angel Girl, that's probably gonna be a mystery. I don't think she's really gonna. I don't think we might not ever figure it out. I mean, I guess it's just one of those things we're just probably gonna have to accept. I did get a screenshot of little man's neck. I don't know. I guess we'll see if it gets worse or, darker or anything. So, where it was up on the chest, between the neck and the chest, I think if he would have stung himself or any type of little bit of shock, I think as little as he is, it would have probably knocked him on his butt. it would have probably knocked him out. So I am pretty safe to say that it was the vacuum attachment and he didn't hurt himself that way. Or at least I pray that my yes, I agree because of where it was at, right, V? Yeah. 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 Because that was like right below the esophagus where your clavicle is, and right there on the chest. So it was like right next to two very bad spots. Right? Yeah. I think he bumped himself, or he's a typical 4-year-old boy. I mean, come on. My kids were crying and, hurting themselves, and you heard those terrible little cries all the damn time, I know. And I think that's what hurts us more. Because we know, one, Cam's a boy. He's 4.5. Look at the other day. He was running in the house, and all of a sudden you heard him tripping his little hands smack on that tile floor. We heard it. Smack. The camera was on G when it happened. So who knows what he, did, but, maybe whatever he did, it was, even though he hurt himself, I think I don't know. There's no excuse for Gabby to be laughing at your child on however he got hurt. Mm-hmm. Oh no, Toxic Wheeler. Yeah. You got a funny for us? You gonna lighten our night up before we get off? Oh, well, you gotta tell us now. You gotta make us laugh and end this on a weird night on a funny note.
So you wanna laugh?
Yes, I do.
So my son, he'll be 22 next week, and he would not get up for school to save his life. Well, we have family pictures back in November of 3 or 4 years ago, I want to say. Well, I have a taser, but it's in my top drawer. I don't use it. And he would not get his ass up and get ready for family pictures. So I turned on my taser and I turned it off, and I put it towards the end of his heel. Oh, he jumped out of that damn bed so fast. He was like Spider-Man. But I did not touch him. Just like the hotness, got to the bottom of
the
his heel.
electroshock, just the static of it.
Right, but I didn't touch him with it, so I wasn't abusing him. But he flew out of that bed like no other.
Oh, I'm sure the noise probably woke him up too.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God, yeah. Oh,
yeah, so right. He was about 18.
Oh boy.
Oh, I wish I could have recorded it too. It was funny, but
I've had to do some creative shit. We didn't have tasers, all that, when I was growing up with my sister that's younger than I. You learned real quick that you don't wake somebody that wakes up swinging in any time.
Right.
I don't care if she's dreaming or not. She wakes up swinging when you go to wake her up. I don't care what time of day it is. If you wake her up, she's swinging. So we've come up with some really creative ways of waking her up.
Well,
she's probably lucky we didn't have tasers back then.
Well, and then then after that, he was like, "Okay, Mom, just leave me alone." wouldn't get. I mean, finally, he got up, but and he was like going around telling people about it, and his buddies were laughing about it. I'm like, child.
God. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Yeah, I'm sure with the static of his blankets, the noise, the whole it was just a perfect storm.
In the family in the house were laughing. They're like, well, he's up now. Well, yeah, because yeah, he was not happy with me.
Oh, I'm sure he wasn't. Oh gosh, Angel Girl. Oh, I'm sure when that authority voice went, I mean, probably everyone jumped up and was ready to salute and say, "Yes, sir." No, sir.
That's how my grandpa was. Is he was, in the army, and he would knock on my door, get up. And if I did not come up or get up on the second time, oh my gosh, he would get in the room and like get right down and start yelling. I'm like, okay, I'm up.
Like I said, I still laugh with my sister even to this day. And, I'm 58 and she's, 57. And I still laugh at her, It's like she come out a couple years ago because we had a big concert we went to. And I was like, oh, if I have to come over to your hotel and wake your ass up, I said, I am throwing a whole bucket of fucking water on your ass because I don't know if she's still swinging or not. I wasn't going to take no chance. But we still laugh about it. So.
But it's laughable now because you look back on it and you're like, that's funny. And, I would never hurt my son. So, don't twist it. I mean, what teenage boy didn't have a mouth, but once I, got my big tone and I said something to him and his full name, he knew.
Right? Yeah. Moms don't use full names. That's like anytime Gabby says little man's name like that, she doesn't change her. She doesn't do a mom voice, It's like you need to learn now, Gabby. If you are listening, I'm telling you right now, you need to learn a different tone of your voice. It doesn't have to be mean, but you need to lower it down, and get very authoritative with that voice because Cam, in another 3-4 years, if you're not going to use that mom voice on him, you're going to lose all hope of reprimanding him on anything. And I'm telling you, most kids, when they hear that mom voice of even the word stop or no, and that mom voice comes out, they're like, oh shit. And I thought it was every mom had it, that it eventually comes to people, but I don't think Gabby's ever gonna realize that she needs, especially if you're going to use their full name,
right?
To punish them or to reprimand them. I should not say punish, but to reprimand them. You need to
or even to redirect them.
Right. You need to use that mom voice when you're using their full name, or otherwise they're just gonna laugh at you. Unfortunately, and believe me, we all have gone through it. Until you master that mom voice, I'm telling you, girl, it's life changing.
I'm surprised my nighttime meds haven't kicked in.
Well, earlier when I said I'll be back in a few, I had to go take my night meds, and I'm surprised mine are not kicking in. And too, I'm up a lot later than I'm for the last couple weeks, and
that's how I've been, and I think it's because a
lot went on tonight in a lot of different directions. So I think that has a lot of our heads spinning.
So like this last week I've been up, a lot more, just to thinking about like what's gonna transpire, up until now, and then what's going to
Right.
happen afterwards. Before, like, we drove up last night when my daughter got off work, and I'm always nervous,
Right.
and you know, and because you walk in there, you don't know what's going to happen
Mm-hmm.
when you walk through those doors.
Yeah.
There's one day I can have 3 appointments. Then they add more and more on.
Right.
And when I was in the infusion chair, today, a nurse walked by and she seen me crying, because I was emotional all day yesterday, like all day and whatnot. And she was like, you've been through so much, you don't know what the unknown is.
Right.
With a new medication going in there,
Mm-hmm.
you don't know if you're going to have an allergic reaction.
Ugh.
You
I know
don't
those
know if,
feelings.
and that's how I've always been, like, for like treatment,
Right.
But the only part I'm feeling now is the muscle pain, which is fine. But
Well, that's a good thing that you got a port. I tell you, I miss not having my port. There's a lot of days I'm like, oh man, that would be so
and
nice
then
to have that fucking thing back in there.
guess what they used?
You know, uh, you
She
know,
used to, well, I had to go get my blood drawn this morning at 8 o'clock, and when she dressed the port, she used paper tape, and I wasn't paying attention,
mm,
and I was like, oh. So the infusion nurse put it in the note not to use that type of dressing again.
right. Yeah, I'm allergic to adhesives, so
Well, and that's what I am. The only thing I'm not allergic to is the Tegaderm.
yep.
And she asked me if I had enough, and I was like, yeah, I have enough.
Yeah, when I had my ports, I had to change my tegaderms about anywhere from 3 to 6 times a day, depending on how itchy I got that day or not. I mean, it
Well,
it was bad.
this
It,
morning when I, was getting up and getting ready, I put a Tegaderm over with gauze, and I brought my lidocaine cream to put on there,
right.
and the gal that was doing the port access, she's like, next time don't put gauze on. And I look at her and I said, well, then what's, I have to put gauze on so I can put the Tegaderm on, or it's going to defeat the purpose. Put the damn cream on.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
is she an infusion nurse? I mean, is she licensed to change the port? I mean,
she's
you
licensed
always
to.
had to put a piece of that gauze that had the little slit around
She's
where,
licensed to
you know what I'm saying?
access the right. Well, because what I did is because I put gauze on. So I put the cream on, then I put
Oh,
the
because
gauze
you
on.
weren't accessed, so she was like, "Don't put the
Yeah.
gauze on when you're not accessed." Okay, okay, I get it now.
No,
Okay.
no, no. She was telling me not to put the gauze on when I put the cream on.
Yeah, but then it's going to get all over the tegaderm, and that tegaderm, it makes it spread.
That's what I was telling her. And she's retiring in like 2 weeks from doing this after 31 years. I said, ma'am, no disrespect, but I know how to
Right?
put, the cream on and how to do it.
Yeah, I've had 6 different ports. So I've had Groshans before they even had the ports where you just had the tube sticking out of your chest. So I've had
And
several
so she,
different ones. You always use a piece of gauze. Oh my god.
and now they have a new thing is you had to wear like a mask and whatnot. So I wasn't paying attention, so that was on my part too. But when the infusion nurse took the bandage off, I was like, you might want to find something to help you get that off because that's not coming off.
Mm-hmm.
So she got something, and so she put in the in my chart not to use that. I'm like, good Lord Almighty.
Oh boy. Yeah. I mean, I got to the point because I did TPN, feedings with it, IV feedings because I couldn't eat anything. I've done antibiotic. I've done so many different things with my ports, and my nurse used to laugh when she would come the once a week to change the access, the Huber needle, you know. She's like, why do I even come? She goes, because you have everything, everything's done. The only thing she has to do is take my vitals and, because I'm already unaccessed and, the whole 9 yards. And she's like, why do I even come? I said, because you know how odd it is to hold the, the port and then take
Right.
the Huber needle and try to stab yourself all at the same time. And I said, that's, but maybe if I had one more hand, I could probably have done it and didn't need you to come at all. But I
Well,
don't have 3 hands or 3
so
arms.
so I did put a message into the surgeon team to drain that knot again because it filled up with fluid from last week.
Oh,
So they're gonna either drain it tomorrow or Friday morning before we leave.
well, that's good. Yeah, you might if you're there, you might as well get it done,
Because
and then have to make another trip.
we could have left, like tomorrow, today technically, but I wanted to stay for the extra day just to see if I'm having any other side effects
Right,
because like the hospital's literally like a block and a half.
right.
So the hotel we're at is owned by the hospital.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the Mayos here have um like 2 to 3 different hotels right in their parking lots.
Right.
Yeah,
I only see the one. I don't know where the other two are, which I'm gonna have to ask about that, which I don't care.
right,
But the knot is, literally on my right side, so I can't lay on there because it's starting to get a little tender.
yeah,
Nothing like when the drain tube was in. Oh gosh.
right. Yeah, I've been there. I mean, I remember one time when they went to go in, put a port in. I don't know how it happened, but when she was doing it, I ended up getting my lung just a tiny bit nicked.
Right.
And this lady does like 100 ports a day, this surgeon, and never happened. And I'm like, well, I told you beforehand, I'm not one in the million. I said, if I can throw that one tiny little wrinkle in, I said, you better hold on to your britches because I'm going to do it.
Right.
And then she's like, well, because it's so tiny that we're hoping that it'll just heal up on its own, not really her thinking about what my Crohn's disease is where my immune system is attacking me. So it didn't heal that itty bitty little puncture, and ended up having to have a chest tube. And that is one thing in my life I will never have fucking done again while
Well, and
I
then
am wide awake.
like
You better put that bitch in when I'm asleep. And they're like, but we can't. Oh, no. Yep. You. Nope, it's not happening.
even the
It was
doctor
the
said,
worst thing
that the
ever.
lump will go away on its own, and I'm like, you can see it like through my shirt, like how big it is.
Oh, your port?
No, this
Oh.
darn lump on my side from where they took out the.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I used to call my port my little mouse because it feels like a little mouse pad. It's like the
Yeah,
little roller ball on the back of your mouse. That's exactly what a
and I'm
port
still
feels like.
all red from it.
But Well, I'm glad you got good spirits, Wheeler. We're always, always thinking of you, girl. You've been around a long time, like with the whole socks and
4 or 5,
ID.
yeah.
And I mean, there's not many of us that are original OGs.
No, there isn't. And then there's times that like I'll like not watch, whoever for like a couple, weeks or days or whatnot, but
Right,
it's because there's some stuff that is said that I don't want to hear
right,
because either gonna make me upset or pissed off.
right. Well, I agree.
So,
I'm just glad that I don't remember the name that got up in their box after you got out that actually called Jess out. It's like, why is everyone
Southern
just calling Danny and yelling at these mods when Jess let that lie go on?
Southern did send me a message. She said that she wanted to be up in the box with me, so I wasn't alone because she wanted to kind of like.
Oh, that's good.
Well, and then like I was looking at the chat, when I was talking and like trying to explain stuff, people are like, thank you for explaining this because that's what everybody wanted to be, it for it to be explained.
Right.
I wasn't gonna be rude or disrespectful,
No, you were fine.
and when I said there's a reason why I'm asking, and when I turn my camera on, you'll understand why. And I think that's when they were like, oh.
Right,
Because they weren't expecting, you know.
right. The short
So.
hair,
Mhm.
the different, people forget about all the other stuff. But to me, is why didn't Jess, after Danny sent everyone to Jess's live, she knew she did not have cancer. And
So
why
I don't
didn't
know
she
who Jess
shut it
is.
down that night? Why did she remain live? She should have gotten off that fucking live and ended that whole motherfucker before it even fucking started. But she
So
let this whole thing go. So why isn't everyone talking about that bitch letting it happen?
see, I don't know who Jess is, so I can't like really like speak on her.
Well,
But
you
when
know what I'm saying, though.
right,
She
but
allowed it. She
right,
allowed Danny to misspeak. She allowed the
but who
whole
knows? Like
9 yards to go
who
on.
with the
Instead
way
of
they
going
are,
live or jumping in somebody's box and saying, no, no, that is not what I said. This is what the fuck's going on.
right.
I do not have cancer. They are testing me pre-stages, and why didn't she shut it down? Because she wanted that fucking money. She was
Well,
just as much scammer as
when I heard
Danny is a
about
liar.
it, from some good, reliable sources, I'm not going to say their names because that's not who I am. When I heard about it, I thought Dee was saying that she had it, but then somebody had to correct me, then I was like, wow.
Right.
But here's my thing. They were all in a little group. Maybe the mods did not know. We don't know the true story.
Right. Now, Danny's
But
notorious for having certain mods for certain things. So I do believe that only a
correct.
couple mods knew the real truth and then others had no clue.
So when I was trying to explain to them, it's like, if you see something, say something. If you see red flags, say something, speak up.
Right.
Because not only did that fiasco affect, not only survivors,
Mm-hmm.
the ones that have passed, and the ones that are fighting for it.
Right.
Um, there is a creator on here, which I'm not going to say her name. I'll have to DM you about it. She's always making videos. and asking. That is not okay. I get it if you're gonna ask like maybe once or twice. I get it.
Right.
But not every time I turn on TikTok.
Right.
This is not people for handouts. It's not people to get money. Where is the old fun TikTok at?
I don't know.
You know, and I wanted them also to learn a valuable lesson. Life is too short.
Yeah.
You know, if it wasn't for me coming to where I am today to get treatment, I would have probably been gone within like 2 months afterwards.
Right.
Because I was given too much, but it saved, you know, like at the same time. But everybody has a different story.
Yeah.
Nobody is the same story. I don't care, you know, you can, you know, there might be somebody like, oh, I have the same story. You might have the same type.
Sure. Right.
You might have the same type and gene, but you don't have the same story.
Right. Yeah, because everybody's responds different. I mean,
right.
I have Crohn's disease, and you know, a lot of people are like, "Oh, that's treatable." Well, you know, then why have I been on my death? You know, my blank bed. 5 times. And I was just told this again. A year and a half ago, that if I don't have a certain surgery or have a surgery, then I'm going to be gone. I'm like, well, that's what you told me a year ago.
Right. Well, yeah, because you and I had this conversation earlier this week about it.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I get there's going to be people out there that's going to make pages about me or about, you know, who's ever in the box.
Right.
I wasn't doing it for clout. I was not doing it for the views, the gifts, because that don't mean shit to me. I was doing it to be an advocate for other people.
Well, you're being an advocate for truth.
Right. Period. You know, if I can be an advocate for, I'm going to use Angel as an example because Socks is, you know, probably sleeping or whatnot. If I can, like, if she comes to me, you know, and be like, hey, speak on something, but don't say my name.
Right.
Then I will. I'm not going to say, you know, like it came from you or whatnot, but I'm using you, you know, as an example. So please don't think I'm, you know, but you have to advocate for yourself and for others and for the truth.
Yeah.
You can't sit back and watch something and be like, oh, this is okay to do when it's not.
Yeah. Somebody else will get the truth out there.
You know, and who knows what the outcome is going to be, you know, like of everything. We don't know. And also, it's hard for me to make videos like about like the updates because of, you know, everything going on. I was promising I'm gonna make an update, you know, before the infusion, and I didn't. So I felt the need to make that update.
Right.
I was emotional, like I said last week when I found out, and all week and prior and everything. I was more emotional today.
Yeah.
Because of seeing, you know, spouses. It sucks.
Yeah.
But I'm so glad and thankful for my daughter.
It could be anything. Why we're more emotional? Because we could be in more pain that day, or you're just because you were in so much pain for the last 3 days, and now you're just physically and fucking mentally freaking drained. Which, if you just, sometimes my other half will look at me funny and I'm busting out in fucking tears, or walking away and going and hiding, hibernating in the bedroom, and he'd be like, "What's going on?" And I'm like, I don't know.
Well,
It could be anything,
after we ate dinner at the hospital, because we have a meal doctor card, we went over to Dollar General to grab some stuff, and somebody called. And I'm like, oh God. I'm like, I don't want to answer this, but I did, to see what he had to say. Sassy, he was literally did not ask about how my fusion was or nothing. He was putting the spotlight on him. And I snapped. I said, "This is how you're really gonna start the phone call?
Right.
You can't ask how I'm doing. You want to put it all on you?" And I said, "Where have you been since November?" Well, actually longer than that. His excuse was like, "Well, I had to work." I'm like, "I don't want to hear it," and I hung up. I was text messaging him because he had to, say his last 2 cents. Well, I did, because I started it, because I was like, I'm not going to let you do this. This is about me this time, not it is about me till I ring that darn bell. And then he started going off. I snapped, and let me tell you, I felt so much better, because I told him, no real man would talk to your wife the way you talk to me. And then he started flipping the script about him being, the victim and everything. I'm like, no, that's not, he doesn't get it. So once I have all my ducks in a row, I am literally going to pack my shit up while he's at work, get a U-Haul, and move to Florida with my daughter and be around my oldest grandson.
Well, I get it. But at the same time, you got to remember, especially men, that, like, I have to remind myself, because, like, my other half, he's always been so extremely healthy, with physical ailments wise, that it's hard for him to understand why certain things are going on, or why, I didn't get up and, and get those 5 dishes washed in the sink today, or get them put in the dishwasher, or finish unloading the dishwasher today, and then, then other days, he's like, "Oh, well, that's good. You at least got half the dishwasher done," or whatever, but I'm not trying to defend them, but they're trying to be empathetic and put their selves in our shoes and try to be there for us, but at the same time, they don't know how.
He's not like that. He's totally opposite. He is a true narcissist.
Oh, okay.
Like, back in my videos, there's an author named Dana Diaz. She's written 3 books. And let me tell you, reading her books, I was acting like I was like living in her shoes, but not the same story. When I had got hurt at work from my back, he don't care. It's more the emotional, verbal, and mental. There's no physical going on, because I will snap his neck in half. But
go ahead. Sorry.
That hurts more than anything.
Yes.
So when he says stuff, I mean, he literally does intentionally. He will provoke, the bear. On Sunday, he asked me, "What did you get me for Father's Day?" And he's like, "You should be cooking me Father's Day dinner."
You're not my father.
I looked at him, dead square in the face, and I said, "What did you do and get me for Mother's Day?" He didn't say nothing. And I was like, my case is closed. I rest my case.
Well, it's different when our kids are little because they're unable to do certain things for Mother's Day or Father's Day. So we tend to, the
I'm
do
serious.
for it. But once our kids are adults, because my other half, his kids are adults, my kids are adults, it's, I didn't do anything really. I mean, we had a nice dinner on Father's Day, but it's like he's not my father, and I
So,
didn't have children with him, so so it's up to his daughter to do something for him. You know what I'm saying?
right.
And it's
And
harder when our kids are smaller because we tend to do that because they're unable to. But once our kids are grown, that's their responsibility. I mean, it
mhm.
sucks sometimes, but for them to call us on Mother's Day or call their dads on Father's Day, but they're adults. They should be able to do that now.
So on May 30th, my oldest grandson, he's 5, he was graduating not kindergarten, preschool. And I wanted to wear something nice because I was tired of wearing jeans. So I wanted to wear a spaghetti strap dress. This man, well, this boy, I should say, because I'm not going to call him a man, was laughing and making fun of me because I only had one milk jug.
Ugh.
I took a crocheted hat that I had in my hand. Thank God it was only that. And I hit him I just smacked him. And it's not hard. I mean, a crocheted hat cannot
Right.
hurt somebody. Oh my gosh. Good thing my daughter was there because my grandson wanted to spend the night with us. And he went off the rail. And I'm like, so I went to graduation with her, and he refused to go to his his oldest grandson's graduation. He was out drinking than going to the graduation.
Ugh. Yeah, my aunt had breast cancer and she lost both. And
So
I always asked her, now it's been 30 years, and it's like, why didn't you ever have reconstructive surgery? Because you lost both.
right,
It wasn't that easy to sort of hide type thing. And she's like, because I like my falsies. She says, because some days I just want to wear a t-shirt and just have, wear a little t-shirt bra. She goes,
right.
some days if I'm wearing a v-neck and I want to feel voluptuous, I am going to wear the bigger ones and I am going to be ba 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 boom that day. She goes, that is one reason why I don't go and have reconstruct. She goes, because I want to fit the day on my mood. She goes, if I want to be out there and have big old knockers sticking out because I'm wearing a v-neck or whatever, she goes, I am going to fucking do it. And I'm like,
So
I didn't think of it that way. I'm like, that is one hell of a way to look at it.
so they took the right one because that's where the tumor was, and he could have took the left one, but I'm like, no, just wait till I do the next surgery and get the bigger tatas. And that's what we're doing, and plus they want this one to heal. And
Right.
I'm doing pretty good on my smoking tobacco with everything going on, but they want the right side to heal before they can
Right.
put the bigger ones in, which is fine. I don't. And then he was like, I'm not going to be paying for them. Well, little does he know that his insurance is paying for it.
Right.
So I just,
You know, I used to dread because I've always been very ill while my boys were growing up and felt like they were cheated for a lot of years, you know. And now that they're adults and to see how they interact with their girlfriends or their best friends, girls, their wives, or their best friends' children, that are female and things, I'm so blessed in a way that my kids grew up having to deal it, with me so ill because they got so much compassion that when they are married, they're, if their wife gets the flu or whatever in bed for 3 days, they're not going to be like, well, you didn't make me dinner when I got home
right.
from work today, or suck it up, buttercup, and just get out of bed. They actually have that compassion, and then now that they're adults, I see it in a whole different scenario. Me and my sister talk about it because we both had boys and both of us were, sick when they were both growing up. All the kids were growing up, and now to see the way they interact with, like my youngest son with his goddaughter, and he's just so gentle and sympathetic, and just, she's not feeling good, and just the way he just holds her, and just even with his friend's wife, the grandma of his goddaughter, he's, even when she had her surgery a few months ago, he was right there, you know sitting there with his best friend, waiting for her to get out of surgery. Even though it was just, gallbladder surgery, he was still right there. And
Right.
I was like, God, now seeing these different scenarios, it's like, oh, my boys, have this fighting chance once they're married and have children. They're not going to be these old school men that their mamas did everything for them and was never ill, and took care of everything, so they don't know how it is when their other half or their daughter is going to be sick and have that sympathetic bone because
Right.
they were never taught it. And and
If I knew what I knew when we got married, I would have ran at the damn altar. I mean, seriously, I would have been like, no. But it didn't. I didn't start seeing the major red flags till 3 or 4 years early.
well,
Well,
they're good at it. They know how to
yeah,
hide it. They're good,
yeah,
unfortunately.
yeah.
You know.
I mean, we did have like our ups and downs, but nothing like
Right.
this. But it's not. I thought because I asked him to shave my head because like my hair was coming out in clumps. I asked him to shave it, and he was like, "Well, are you gonna get mad at me?" I'm like, "I'm gonna get mad if you like if you don't." Then I
Right.
see him cry, but I see him cry. I seen him cry one other time, and I knew that cry was not for sympathy.
Right.
That cry was like, "Oh, she is standing. She is gonna go toe to toe with me and stick up for herself," like type of cry. So he was.
Right.
It was like an angry cry. And the other day, he was like, "Oh, I care about you, blah, blah, blah. I pay the bills for the house, blah, blah." And I said, how does paying for the house, how does paying for the house bills do anything for me? Yeah, we have a roof overhead, this, that, and the other. What does it do for me? For me, not for the marriage. What does it do for me?
Right.
And he didn't have an answer. he does not have an answer. And I'm like, because you don't see what everybody else is seeing. And I made a Facebook post, and his second baby mama, she sent me a message, and I'm sure she still loves them, but whatever, she can have them for all I care. And I told her, what is it of her business, or where is it's my freedom of speech, what I can put on my Facebook,
Right.
not hers. And I said to her that same exact words. And I was thinking to myself, I should have told her off, but whatever. She took me off, whatever. And then, like, I sent the message to somebody that knows her, and they're like, do you not realize I was like, well, she can have him. But she's still in love with him, whatever. That's not, but what my point is, she was trying to dictate and tell me what I can and can't do.
Right. What type of wife you should be.
Right. No. And she was like, well, my daughter sees it. Your daughter also knows how he is. I'm like, wow. I don't like it when people take our freedom of speech away.
Right. Yep. Danny and Gabby sure don't, like Gabby said, fuck all you, what'd she call us, the different groups, the fucking PTS groups and the different things, she don't care if she triggers, but one day something's gonna happen and
I want to bring up, and I know there's 112 people in here, they're probably wondering what we're talking about. When G says about she can't leave her house because she has PTSD, that irritates me more, and how she does. I mean, the stuff she does just irritates me. She wouldn't know what PTSD is unless she was in your shoes or my shoes.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense. Because I'm sure you know what I'm getting at.
Yep.
That right there just irritates the shit out of me. Because coming to doctors, the hospitals, you don't know what the hell is going to happen.
Yeah.
I don't sleep the night before I come up here, or I go to the doctor.
Yep. Even for a routine doctor's visit, I don't sleep either.
No. And people are like, well, how do you sleep? It's like, I sleep, so when I get home on Friday, I'll probably sleep Friday and Saturday and maybe Sunday, because it's a long drive and it takes a lot out of me because I'm not home and, not in my own bed. And plus, the back injury and whatnot. And it just takes a lot out of me. But people use that PTSD freely. You have to be diagnosed by a professional to, get it. And I'm sure, but am I going to use it as an excuse? No. Am I going to use it as an excuse not to come to the doctor? No. When I go to Walmart, I get my stuff, I get in and out. Because I don't like dealing with people around me, lollygagging or in my way. No, I'm in and out.
Yep. I've learned, I will get severe anxiety, oh God, I have to go to Walmart and I have to go get X, Y, and Z and B, D, and G and F and then I don't know if I'm physically gonna be able to make it through C.
Right.
I can get A and B, but to get C, and then of course then you're working up to where you're talking yourself and not going in, and going at all because you're not going to even try, and the whole just everything spirals. So I've learned over time, well, if I have to go twice a day to the same store but only go and get A, B, and C, and maybe D,
Right.
then I'm okay. And I just hurry it and check out and go. And then if I really have to have GF, whatever, later I will make another trip because it's a lot easier to do a couple small trips, and then eventually it starts to give your confidence and starts to help repair some of that anxiety and
Yeah.
issues. And like I was trying to explain to Mel, give yourself permission to feel your feelings. You're
Yeah.
entitled to have those feelings.
And
Don't
she
let anyone
is.
say you're not, especially when we didn't know she had previous trauma,
Right.
and you just
And
got to pick something and try to, like I couldn't go to the ER for the longest time after my son passed. And I just kept saying, but I have to, and there's a lot of times I didn't stay. I checked
well,
in and sat there for a half an hour and then I was out that fucking door and home and going, fuck it, I'll go another day, or
well,
whatever. But
you
then
are
there's
very
times I
fortunate.
made it back, to the back. And then I tell the doctors, you better give me something for my anxiety, or, in another half an hour, I'm going to be fleeing out of here real quick.
Well, I learned like after the first day, I learned to start packing a backpack and taking it to every,
Yep.
when I would, go to the emergency room.
Oh, God. I have my hospital bag. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because I knew, like, well, I'm going to be admitted. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Oh, I
You
do. I
know,
have my hospital bag. Every time I go to the ER, even if it's for a bladder infection, it's with me.
and I
It's
want to,
become more of a comfort bag than it is
yeah.
than essentials.
And I also want to point out there is however many million people are in the world. We all have trauma. But do we need to sit there and dwell on it and use that as a crutch or to get your way? No.
Yeah.
You know, it's not.
I mean, she acts like some days she can't even open the door, just to open the door, and
Right.
that's bullshit. What did that fucking door do to you? Or just opening and having fresh air on your fucking face.
Right.
It's like, so what's your excuse for not getting up and taking a shower every fucking day and brushing your
Exactly.
teeth?
There's a little girl 2 houses down from me. I was sitting outside with the oldest grandchild. He was riding his bike. And, and she came through the driveway. And she's like, can I ask you a question? Make sure, And I said, or she's like, are you a boy or a girl? Because you have no hair. And I said, I'm a girl, and I have an illness is the reason why I have no hair. So a couple days later, I seen the dad and the mom, and I wanted to educate, them, like, if the little girl is asking questions, this is why. Well, they came back and it's like, you're so, by you educating us, helped us explain to her better. I'm like, well, I just want to let you guys know, and
If
yeah,
she's asking any strange questions, this is why.
yeah, and I think a lot of it is for show, for Gabby, is that she does it for views.
Oh yeah, by that mod that got up in the box, that unexpected mod tonight. It's
I
been
didn't hear that because I was downstairs doing
yeah. Well,
laundry.
it's been Gabby I guess she has a text message. I guess she's gonna be getting a screenshot of. She has like 420 messages between her and Gabby, that Gabby says that she gets on here because she is bored. She does what she does to us because she is bored. And there was a few other things. And I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and she admitted it? And I'm thinking in my head, oh my God, there is more wrong with this lady than, yeah. I
You
agree with you,
know,
little girl. It's gonna be, I think she was afraid of Mel. I think she needs to be afraid of this other lady, if it's any true.
and also is when she brings up about having a miscarriage. That jumps my heartstrings too. Because you have people out here that cannot get pregnant, that cannot carry a child full term.
Mm-hmm.
They cannot see their, child live past, so many days because of their condition or whatnot. She needs to stop that.
But she doesn't. I think she does it purposely to piss people off because she's bored. Because she does never had, and I've said this tons of times in my life, that her and Dee have never ever, from the time they knew what a friend was, they have never ever in their life have ever had a true friend or even
Right.
know how to be a friend to
You know,
anyone. And they just are gonna do whatever they need to do to entertain themselves. And this is entertainment to Gabby. Period.
well, and then you have people saying that, they're having a hard time conceiving and whatnot, but that's where she gets most of the spew because of her actions and of how she handles things. Nobody is, she's doing all on her own, but she's not going to own up to it, just as, that Danny won't either, but.
Yeah, I don't know. These ladies, I think, makes me wonder more and more how, I mean, Gabby, somebody asked Gabby the other day, were you, bullied as a kid? She goes, oh yeah. She goes, all throughout school, even when I was little. And that's why I was pulled out,
And
because I wanted to myself. And then we were homeschooled. And it's like, so one, they were never taught socialization, that and then two, they lost out on how to have friendships, a true girlfriend, just a friend. It doesn't even have to be a girlfriend, but just a friend. And
and
that,
I
because that molds us into good, caring adults.
right. And I also want to point out is I'm not attacking them too. It's with anybody in real life or on the app of what they say or do. They need to be accountable for their own actions. It's not, I mean, if somebody, says that I did this, okay, first I want you to show me proof, and then I'm going to own up to it anyways, like if I did or didn't. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not going to, dog that person afterwards. Like, okay, thanks, thanks for showing me something that I made a mistake. We're all human, we make mistakes, but I will own up to it.
Right. Yeah, I don't think they've ever had consequences ever in their lives. They never were held accountable for anything. I think they could have probably stood in front of Mimi and spit in that lady's fucking face, and all Mimi would have done is pick up the towel and wiped her face and never would have said a fucking thing.
But it's, and that's why, like, when people talk about, them two, and it's like, it's not just them two that are doing it. There's other creators, but, you gotta pick, like, you gotta pick and choose your battles.
Right.
But
this is entertainment for Gavin.
Yeah.
Period. Because she is that bored with her life that she just doesn't get anything anywhere. I mean, she, so she has to create this alternate, it's like a Sims game to her.
Do you know what I do when I'm not on TikTok? And I play Candy Crush or that Monopoly, or I scroll Facebook. That's what I do.
Mm-hmm. I have a bingo game, and I like this one thing. It's called Busy Bees. It's sort of like a puzzle type thing, and yeah, I mean, if I'm not piddling around the house or doing one of my crafts,
Yeah, I mean, so it's not like I'm out causing trouble, it's
cinnamon fluff.
You need time for yourself, too. Hey,
Yeah.
That's when I'll shut down the app and be like, okay, I'm just gonna like play Candy Crush or, Monopoly, but
I believe that Angel Girl, that she has that fear a little bit in the back of her brain, because there's been so many this past month that are like, oh my God, I just happened to see this on our local post in our area, either Facebook or something, and saying, oh, I did not know that somebody like this lived so fucking close to me and is capable of doing the toxic and the crazy ass things. So, she's going to end up running into somebody, and she's going to run into somebody that's not going to hold their tongue and be, oh, like you're that TikTok person. She's going to come across somebody that she ain't going to be able to handle for sure. And I would love to be that little fly on her fucking shoulder and see that fucking happen, and her get put in her fucking place and have nowhere to fucking go.
Yeah. It's gonna happen, sooner or later, and I hope, when karma does come, I hope that little boy is not there to see it.
Right. Yes. I agree on that one.
That's my biggest.
And I think most women, if little man is there right next door, I think they would know how to conduct themselves, but there might be somebody that don't give a rat's ass. And
or when your adrenaline's pumping, you're you ain't thinking straight.
I don't know. It's my brain is pretty fried, but thank you for getting us up here and giving us a good laugh about your son and everything. And thank you, everyone, again.
Yeah.
My meds are starting to kick in now.
Yeah, I had to take something else for my legs because I can start to feel the muscle cramps.
Yeah,
it's better.
I don't even want to talk about the frog legs, I call them. I get spasms so bad throughout my body, and in this last 3 weeks I've dropped 15 pounds, so now I'm down to 130 pounds, which is not bad, but for me with Crohn's disease, that's not good either. And when I do drop like this that fast, because I dropped 20 pounds in almost 3 weeks, man, the spasms in my entire body, shoulders, just legs, everything just spazzes. And
they gave me I had to do a tutorial with the doctor and the pharmacist about this new med. And I'm like, oh Jesus.
I know.
Well, I'm hoping this is all I get is muscle spasms. I mean, I'll know by Friday, like if,
Remember, it's not always about potassium, too. It can be your calcium.
well, also, my red blood count is way down.
I know. I know. You know what I'm saying. A lot of people think
Yeah.
when you have Charlie horses, it's or potassium. Potassium, not true.
No.
If your calcium and your magnesium are not balanced, because you have to have magnesium with calcium, or I mean
Yeah.
potassium, and what it say if you take 1,200 milligrams of potassium, you have to have 600 milligrams of magnesium with it, because magnesium helps your body absorb the potassium, because
So,
potassium is so hard for your body to absorb, and to it's just hard on your body, period.
Angel, so the doctor knows that I will, like, there's some side effects I will be getting, and I just have to monitor.
Yeah.
There's four severe ones that I have to literally keep an eye out on. So, like, with those, I'm like, oh goodness, I hope I don't get it. But I'm
I
hoping,
get it. Yeah.
I'm hoping and praying this type of
Only
medication
girl,
does
you're
not
only going
do,
up.
huh?
I said you're only gonna go up.
I know.
Everything's gonna get better.
And then I asked him, I'm like, so, because like I asked the pharmacist and the doctor at the same time. I was like, so do you have other type if my body can handle this? They're like, well, yeah. Do you not see where you're at?
Right.
I'm like, I just want to get I just want to get this over and done with. But
I know.
I have 13 more treatments to go
Well, I get it. I get
next
it.
year.
But you got this. You know you got this. So
Well, and not
I
only
know.
that is when I moved down to Florida, can just transfer down there because they have a hospital down there. So they have 5 hospitals in the country.
Yeah.
So there's one down there. So
Yeah. And I know, everyone says, you got this. And, we could always say, yeah, I know. But, it's those days that we're so tired, tired of you're tired of fighting mentally. Your body's tired because you didn't sleep. Your body's tired because you're so mentally, there's just so many factors that sometimes it's hard to say, yeah, I know, I got this.
I mean, I'll wake up and I'll have like missed phone calls because when like when I go home on Friday and and I'll lay down, I won't turn my ringer on or at night because people are gonna be like blowing my phone up.
Right. Yeah.
So either I turn it off or
Well,
I just turn it on silent.
right.
I'm
All right,
sorry about that.
everyone. I love you all. I love you,
Love you too.
Socks. I know she's working and listening
Oh,
to us. So,
yeah, but she does night shift. That's
you
right.
know, but so I'm gonna boot her so she doesn't end up in some weird live. but
I will message Socks tomorrow and tell her to send you over that account if it didn't get taken
okay.
down.
All right. Well, good night, everyone.
Good
We'll
night.
do some recaps on what went on tonight, and hopefully we'll all process it a little different. And I don't know. Maybe hopefully that account is just gone for tonight because she was worried about messages or something, and we only can hope for the best that she's going to do what she says she was going to do. Email, Pink, all the stuff that she has. So, the account can go bye-bye, but as long as she holds up to her deal of emailing, number 7, that's, I guess, that all that counts, I guess, right?
Don't forget our movie night, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Good night, everyone.
Good night, guys.
Good night, Tox Wheeler. I love you, girl.
Love you too, and I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay. All right.
right.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you for being in.